bitch.
Fucker.
You're a fucker. Okay. Come in here laughing at me. Like you own the goddamn place. How are you doing, Maddie? How are you doing? Well, I hope work was good. I actually took, basically took yesterday off completely. Did very little yesterday. Good. But, you know, streaming today. I was thinking about what I was going to paint today. Had painter's block. So we picked this generic shit. But I have a couple of other ideas for my next painting, so that I did not feel like setting up today. But tomorrow I'm gonna make some more paint. Probably tomorrow and the day after. Yeah, it was nice. Just video gamed and dicked around the whole day. But, I have, I ordered some new, some test pigments. I am. I do plan on doing that. Oh shit. I wanted to do it closer to another stream, so maybe my next painting stream is that. I didn't want to do it kind of out of the blue without warning people. But it'll be a good one for a lot of people. Put my glove off to start. So, if my next stream is Monday, which it probably will be, maybe we'll do it on Monday. I'll see what people want to do with that. But it should be an interesting one. I think you would like it a lot, Maddie. That fell on the ground. But I got 2 yellow ochres that I think will be better for the Zorn palettes. Yeah, it's good if you do it with me. It's just important, I think, for you to see it, what it is. Inherently what it is, I think could be of great benefit to you. I mean, most people. It's different than counting strokes. It's more of a time element aspect to it. But I think provides a lot of value in things that specifically I get held up on. And but yeah, I also ordered lamp black, Maddie. I ordered lamp black. which I think I'm going to hate making. I really think I'm going to dislike making lamp black. But there's a reason why. Any idea on why I got lamp black? Outside of it being Mud's favorite pigment. Any guesses? Possibly Bionic Grit. How are you? It is something I might do an adjusted Zorn with, Maddie, actually. It is a bluish black. So it's actually a black that runs cold. Not a lot of blacks actually run cold. And lamp black is one of them. And then in combination, how you doing? Just watching, Jake. In combination with these yellow ochres. So I got yellow ochres that should be more neutral. I ordered those off of Kramer too. One's called Fawn Ochre and one is French Ochre Sahara. And they both seem to lean neutral. So that's something that could help with the Zorn palette quite a bit. Because I do have a suspicion. I have a little bit of a suspicion that the Zorn palette might not be ivory black. What he actually used. But I'd have to see the paintings in person to verify that. I just don't know where the fuck Zorn paintings are in the world. I would love to see a Zorn painting in person. Love it! What color is this? Is this my burnt umber? Alright, everybody, don't forget to get your badly made oil paints today. They're flying off the shelves, everybody. Flying off the shelves. It's frankly supernatural. Ooh, have fun, Drez. Oh, hey, Drez, Drez, if you didn't hear, I ordered, lamp black and 2 different yellow ochres to test out how neutral they are or not. What's my last color? Lemon yellow. Wait, I don't have an ultramarine blue out there either. I think that's ultramarine. I'm not looking forward to making lamp black, but it's ordered. Not that expensive either. Yeah, Maddie, don't trust that person. Maddie, don't trust the person that says Zorn is the best palette for skin tones. They are not a smart person. Hi, Omizu, did you get your paints in? So, Drez, if you wanted to search, they're both from Kramer. Specifically, Fawn Ochre, F-A-W-N Ochre, and French Ochre Sahara were the ones I went to. If you search yellow ochre on Kramer, those are the 2 I ordered to try. Good day, Omizu. I hope you're well, bud. And so we might. I'm trying to optimize. The idea is to optimize the Zorn palette to a certain extent. Oh, awesome! Did they come in all right? Did they ship okay, Omizu? Any issues? Ooh. Oh shit! But the bees and the centipedes, Omizu. I don't know how much more time they have in there. You have to think of the bees and the centipedes. Why is this being weird to open? Alright, good. Good. You're talking about the bees and the centipedes, right? Anytime you order badly made paints, it comes with complimentary bees, wasps, and centipedes. Ah, god damn it. Not again. Shit. Shit. But everything arrived all right? Oh yeah, you got extra of everything. I also put an agitator in the box, so they should be extra pissed off. Good. That's intentional, Omizu. That's intentional. Hopefully the centipedes don't eat him this time, because that has happened before, and then you get mega centipedes. Centipedes, I mean. And they just jump out and attack you out of the box. They're terrifying. I ordered a bunch more props, like costume props today. Well, some fake beards and mustaches, cigarette holder, some sunglasses. A clown nose, a clown bow tie and wig. Even though I already have a clown one, but it came as a set. I have an idea for a painting with Ricardo. Because there were some other wigs and beards that I ordered. You can get pretty a lot of cheap costume stuff, though. I'm surprised how cheap the wigs were. The big problem is, how am I gonna keep Ricardo in the same fucking spot? Because it's just... It's not very sturdy. Yeah, I have a couple ideas. Maddie, what do you think of this one? I'm thinking about putting the clown nose and clown bow tie on Ricardo. Then painting his face orange. And putting a Donald Trump wig on him, doing, I don't know, maybe just as a portrait to start off with. I also got a blue blazer from Goodwill the other day for Ricardo. What do you think about that for the next portrait? Alright. Our palette for today is titanium white, lead white. This is bismuth vanadate yellow medium. Same color as cadmium yellow. Pyrrole scarlet. Same color as cad red light. Ultramarine blue. Bismuth vanadate yellow lemon. Same as cad yellow lemon color wise. There's slightly different properties. I consider bismuths and pyrroles to be better pigments than cadmiums. For the reasons of price, value, same color intensity. They are slightly less opaque, but they are still all opaque color. You think that's a good one? Good. Quinacridone magenta, phthalo blue, and burnt umber. I also have an idea for a cocaine scene with Ricardo. With like a mountain, like with like a pile of cocaine. Possibly in the same outfit. What are your thoughts on that, Maddie? Do you think that would actually get me in trouble? Also, this is 12 inches by 12 inches. This is wood again. And we're painting that. Because I had painter's block today, which is another word for constipation. And I couldn't think of what I wanted to paint today. So this is what we're doing. Those are fake flowers. Fake flowers. But I actually thought they looked kind of real in this situation. I know, really tiny, right, Jake? Extremely tiny. Practically microscopic. Who would think 12 inches is large? Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Incredibly teeny tiny. Alright. Like I said, don't forget to get your badly made oil paints today, everybody. Get your badly made oil paints as Pyrrole Scarlet. No, you keep it dry and cold, Jake. Dry and cold. Get your badly made oil paints today. Or else... That was Pyrrole Scarlet. Phthalo Blue. Quinacridone Magenta. Check out the Fourth Wall link. Oh, Mizu just got theirs. They are already now the sorry, not the Van Gogh. They are now the Monet of this generation. Just because they got the paints. So if you want to be exactly like the great painters of the Impressionism era, okay, then you're going to have to get my paints. The only way you're going to ever paint like the Impressionists. Son of a bitch! God damn you. If you want to paint like the true great painters of the Impressionistic era, you have to use my paints. Not even an option. Remember, materials make you a good painter, not your skills. Expensive materials make you a better painter. Automatically. Alright, we ready to start? Hi, Catherine. Catherine, you, did you get your watercolors? Yours should be in by now, right? Fantastic. How have you been liking them? And how do the bees, wasps, and hornets hold up in the packaging? Sorry, and centipedes. Alright, let's move the chair. Go straight to hell? You go to hell, Jan! You go to hell and you die! They were all dead on arrival? God damn it. They should have lasted longer than that. Alright, well, I'll send you a new batch. I'll send you a new batch, Catherine, of centipedes, wasps, and hornets. You're a fucker. So, Catherine, just so you know, good. I'll make sure there's extra food and an agitator in there, so they're extra pissed off. Catherine, if you haven't tried mixing a lot of those, so that is like a mixing palette in premise. That bright yellow and the phthalo blue makes an incredible green. And quinacridone magenta and ultramarine blue make an incredible purple. Okay, and then burnt umber and ultramarine blue make a black as well. Obviously, the orange is easy. That red and the bright red and bright yellow make a great orange. So yeah. I sell mixing palettes, everybody. I want you all to learn how to mix colors. Hi, Todd. How you doing, bud? Did I open what, Jan? Paints are for sale. Paints are for sale, if that's what you mean. I'm confused. I'm confused, Jan. First try on medium. Did you open yet? Medium. What is it? Can you elaborate? I'm confused. Oh, wait, yeah. Wait, hold on. Jan does speak good. How many tries? I am looking strong. Thank you, Jake. I am incredibly strong. How many tries? I think this is what Jan was talking about. Oh, motherfucker me. I was confused. Wow, a lot of ones today. A lot of believers today. I'm so flattered. 2. Okay, Lost. 2 from Lost. We did it in 1 last time. I don't know. I might, Maddie. 22. All right. Well, I'm holding you to 22, Lost. I'm holding you to 22. Your latest guess is the one I'm using. That's the rule. Any other guesses? For oily points, everybody. 4 oily points. Who else is going to guess? All right. Power grip. All right. Got the power grip. All right. Turn on the toxic masculinity. Turning it. Prime it a little bit. Okay, all right. It's on. We go 1, 2, 3, go. Oh, we did get it. We got it in 1. We got it in 1, everybody. We got it in 1. God, am I strong. God, am I so strong. All right. The believers get a point. Jake, Maddie, Catherine, Jan. Thank you. Thank you. I deserve this. So Jan, I have actually never eaten at Red Lobster. So, and it's partly because I don't want to go, or have never wanted to go. But I view it just like I'd view like going to Olive Garden, which I think is if you're in a if it's not your only option, then it's like a real mistake. Thank you, Maddie. Yeah, I don't know. I can't support going to like Olive Garden or Chili's or stuff like that when you have like better options that are not corporate. But people like what they like. You can make the same argument for fast food. And I've eaten at fast food, so it is a bit hypocritical. Fantastic. Thank you, Omizu. All right. Shall we get started? Clean the brush off a little bit. A lot of gunk. So Omizu, you're welcome, Omizu. And Omizu, so if you want a refresher on mixing, those are the same exact colors I use for the mixing streams, okay? Omizu, those are the same exact colors. So if you go to my mixing streams, they're in a playlist. The color mixing streams, you can you know, do exactly what I'm talking about there because they are the same exact colors. And center lines. If you were Rauschenberg, you could say this was finished. Well, does anyone want to buy it? Huh? Oh, did you hear about that Rothko that was damaged by a kid? Don't... Omizu? Son of a bitch. Don't eat the paint. Don't eat the paint. Yeah, a kid damaged a Rothko at a museum. He touched an unvarnished part of the painting and actually damaged some of the paint, but it was just one of the 3-tone Rothkos. Hi, Autonut. Yeah, no, this was like within the last week or two, Jan. Search it. It was a pretty big story. Yeah, it was in Denmark or something like that. I forget where. It was in Europe. Well, apparently he damaged part of the paint layer, Omizu. An unvarnished part of the paint layer. But I think those were also painted with acrylics too, so. I know, there might be better options out of that, but I do enjoy having you. But I think there has to be better options. But so Maddie, also, Maddie, when you get the paints, there needs to be ninjas guarding these. I don't know. I love how close you can get to the paintings. Obviously, there are some risks, but like, you know, for example, when like protesters dump paint and shit on top of a painting, that really doesn't damage the paintings. Because of the varnishes. Now, if they were unvarnished, I'm shocked that they had an unvarnished painting that could be touched. Not all of them are covered. I've seen at the Art Institute of Chicago, they're not covered. Well, not all of them. Some are. I think the only ones they cover are the ones that. No, I think the ones that are covered, Jan, have dangerous pigments. As in, not even lead. I think ones that are generally covered may have mercury or something like that. Densetsu! Oh my god, a raid! Oh my god. So I think they have to cover ones with arsenic or mercury. Welcome in. No, that is a cool emote. Nobody mentioned uranium. Only Uranus. No, I'm painting with lead. You don't need a screen for... oh, wait. You're talking about for the radiation blocking. Oh. How you doing, Densatsu? Thank you for the raid. Yeah, it's not, well, dangerous pigments. So there are pigments that are made out of arsenic and mercury. And arsenic in general can actually produce deadly fumes quite often. So I think in museums, there are probably safety standards if there is an arsenic risk like that, I imagine. Oh my god! I doubt they can, Jan. I doubt they can. Tetsu, give me your links now. Give me those sweet, delicious links, or we're gonna have a real problem, Densetsu. A real problem. Well, Wings at Night, everything's slightly radioactive or has some radioactivity just from exposure, regardless. But there's also, you know, that, what, alpha and gamma radiation? Oh, yeah, you're gonna have a problem if I don't see some goddamn links in Setsu. Good. Oh, it's awful. But what they did was awesome. But it's just a fucking awful thing. Oh, that's really cool, Densetsu. Good contrast. Good color choices. He likes. He likes. Yep, everyone go check out Crystal Rail. Some say it is the best game in the universe. Some say that. Get it while supplies last. Yeah, it's yeah, I said while supplies last. God damn it, Densetsu. The supply is limited, everybody. The supply is limited, so get yours now. And buy it. Good. Let's see. I like the style of this. I'd say the yellows are a little off with the lighting that you have. If I had to critique this in any way, I think the yellows still work fine. I would say the yellows stick out a bit in like an odd way. Hi Kaziki, nice to see. I haven't seen you in a bit. Hope you're well, Kaziki. It's really well done. I like this one too. Let's see, that could also just be art style too. Like if that's just an art style choice. Yeah, and that's what I kind of figured. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. If we're talking everything outside the train, I don't see an issue with this at all. I would say if you wanted to push your contrast more in the shadows than Setsu, going into a more middle road purple, like a more saturated purple than Setsu, in the shadows of the brighter spots. But if you wanted to up contrast to imply more like in the shadowy areas, you don't need to change the value, but change the saturation. Okay. Well, so Densetsu, they're all linked together. Okay. When you make something more saturated, it's gonna make it appear darker because the contrast is gonna be up because you're upping the saturation. Well, so Densetsu, here, let me I'm gonna give you a demonstration real quickly. Okay. Yeah, I get what you're saying. But so here, Densetsu. So what I'm implying as far as like the shadow. So let's say I'm using this. Let's just put okay. So if I had this, so like let's say this was your mountain in the center. So that mountain you have in the center right here. Okay, let's just say it's that. But it's all, it's flat colored. what I'm suggesting is so instead of going black here, this would be like purple, right? Or leaning more into the exact hue that thing is in. And you'd go like a step or two down, and you would just do it like here, like that, like right there. And a very small amount is all you need. And you do that in the other areas, like on that column. So that column that was like right next to it, like here, where you have like the honey, I'm not honeycombs, but like, you know, like the diamonds that you have there. You would put that little mark like right in the center, a very small mark. Yeah, and stuff like that, and just bump it the slightest amount in a small area, and it'll give it a lot more shape and depth. But it's a very difficult thing to balance. I do see that, because the foreground like thing right like on the left side has it a lot. You're welcome, Densetsu. This is just my opinion as well for something if you'd like to try it. I think it's great already. This is just something that might be worthwhile trying. But like, make sure it's not a light and darkness change like on the slider, right? Make sure this is a saturation difference. A saturation difference, not a light and dark change. Yeah. Of course. Of course. Right, so saturation will make the values lower inherently. Okay, but it's not necessarily because they are darker, but they're darker for other reasons than just plain being darker. It's adding contrast. Hi, Average Squid, how you doing, bud? Good. You have a lot of potatoes to peel, Average Squid. You're welcome. You got a lot of potatoes to peel, Squid. A lot. I know. You haven't, you know, the work piles on quickly. Hi, Pickles. Pickles, can you give Maddie, let's see, let's have the list. Maddie is owed 2 points. Maddie's owed 2 points. Jan, it's just Catherine. And just watching Jake. Just watching Jake, it's just Catherine, and Jan Schutz get 1. Thank you, Pickles. I am not, Squid. I am, doing this. Who watches Wheeler anymore? Wheeler is so last week. So last week. No, I'm just saying it. Your daily task for the stream today is to peel all the potatoes. Oh, god damn it. Keep on forgetting about that. Maddie, I was taking the day off and I forgot. I'm just... Are you, Squid? Sorry, Maddie. I will... Pickles, could you... Sorry to put you to work, Pickles. Could you send me a message in mod chat for the oil paints command? I'm sorry about... Sorry you just came in here. I'm like, do this and this and this. I'm sorry. Yeah, so, Omizu, I ordered 2 new yellow ochres, so we're, I'm gonna have 3 yellow ochres for sale probably sometime next week. I'm very litigious, Average Squid. I'm very litigious. But don't tempt me, Squid. Very litigious. I added way too much quinacridone to this. Hi, Martin. How you doing, bud? Nice to see you. Googling litigious. Good. Good. Yeah, it should be spelled that way. I don't know why I'm like... Is there any Michael Harding orgasm paint videos coming? I've been thinking a lot about my next commercial, Jan, and how I want to do it. I have some ideas. I have an idea of doing it like a corny Ford commercial from the 90s. Yep, McMarty. Hope you're well, bud. Yep, that's exactly what it is, Squid. Oh, yeah. So, Maddie. So, you remember those... All right, so sorry, Maddie. This is now... I'm going back to Jan. Jan, do you remember those, like, Lacquer Rock? Like, Ford pickup truck commercials? I was thinking about doing some, like corny, like, Rock Flag and Eagle commercial. Like, for the watercolors. I was also thinking about doing like a badly made oil paints, fuck you type stuff, like commercial. Thinking about something like that. I'm thinking about doing one where it's like Salt just being very plain Jane and somebody yelling like communist propaganda in the background. Yeah, there's a couple routes I'm thinking about going. I'm thinking of one just like tearing into like Windsor and Newton and other companies and like making fun of them and then faking a SWAT raid at the end of the commercial. It's the time difference, McMarty, unfortunately. Oh, I would love if Matt Berry could voice my commercials. I wish I had Matt Berry money. All right, Maddie, are you here? Maddie, you ready? I'm not distracted anymore. That was your fault. That's true. You do live 6 to 8 hours into the future. Maddie, that was your fault. You ready? You fucker. All right. I wonder what he would cost. All right, so Maddie, what I want you to do when you get my paints is to take your titanium white, like the student grade titanium whites you have, and mix them in with my colors, and then use the same amount of titanium white and mix them in my colors and see the difference. And test out like light colors and mixing with the difference between my paints and your previous one. And you don't need a lot, just like something that might blow your dick off. Like a rock. Yeah, just do like some pubes worth. Yeah. Few pubes worth. But just, you know, the titanium white. And also what you could do, Manny, is mix the titanium white into some of your student grade colors and see what happens. Yeah, it's a good, like, yeah, that'd be a good thing to fuck around with. Todd, I think that's a little too complicated, bud, for your first painting. Paint an apple. Paint an apple. You see what I'm painting right now? Like a rock. Oh, well, I mean, there's... You could find very difficult references of that exact thing. How would I know that's just fake? Paint an apple. Paint an apple. Or else. Paint an asshole. Jesus Christ, Maddie. That is true, I'm not. That is true. A vicious den of scum and... Wait. A vile den of scum and villainy? Is that the line? A wretched den? Is it a wretched den? Of course it counts, Squid. You just got to realize it's different. You're practicing different skills. But there are plenty of skills you can practice digitally that correlate to this. There are. Hi, Fox Girl. Hope you're well. Kindergarten for the Unwell. That's a good name for the. That's a good name for this group. Like a rock. Rock. Where the fuck have you been? That's very Napoleon Dynamite to me. That's not, I mean, you are free to like and dislike whatever you please. I enjoyed the film. I didn't go nuts over it like the Mormons did. But I think it's a fine movie. It definitely caught like lightning in a bottle. Get out. But I think it's a fine film. I mean, it's an amazing film for the budget. And its success. You know, it's like one of like the most popular movies in the Mormon community. Y'all know that? Well, yeah, so like more Napoleon Dynamite is like a clean movie, like there's no swearing and stuff like that. And so it became like very popular in like religious communities, but Mormons specifically like loved it. See, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense to me, Todd. Well, Missouri has a pretty big Mormon population in general, right? I do know that when the Mormon church was first starting, that they were based out of Missouri for like I think 10 or 20 years. Ooh, I completely disagree with that take. Oh boy, Todd. I hate those new Star Wars films. I hate them. Now, if you're saying that it was so bad that you're saying the bad Rise of Skywalker film was better, then I'll retract my statement. More so on the context. But I do not like the new Star Wars. Not one bit. I mean, how absurd was that, Fox Girl? Okay, that's where you were going with it. That makes sense, Todd. Todd, keeper of bad takes. That was the second one. So the second one is The Last Jedi. So yeah, I had the titty milk in it. How crazy was that scene that they threw that in there? Who thought that that was a good idea? Do you realize, like, what would Mark Hamill think of while he was acting that scene too? Just be like, oh, Jesus Christ, you're having me do this. For like a small, like, conspiracy, not even a conspiracy theory, like a small note from like a probably no more than like a small production note change in the first one. Oh my God. All right, let's talk about this. Is Star Wars fandom the worst fandom out there? Or are we going to go with like Harry Potter fandom? So Squid, I have to disagree with you on two of the films. Empire Strikes Back. Oh God, oh no. Empire Strikes Back is legitimately one of the better movies ever made. Straight up. Empire Strikes Back, as far as like what went into it, the storyline, its pacing, the iconic aspects of it, Empire Strikes Back is legitimately one of the best movies of all time. A New Hope was very good. It was one of the most well done sci-fi films. It lacked like the maturity of Empire Strikes Back. But in the context of the time, which you have to keep in, like, you have to keep in mind in these things, right? It was still fantastic, and it laid down the roots of a great film. They started to sell it hard in Return of the Jedi. Rogue One had some aspects that could have been good, but it was torn apart into garbage. Return of the Jedi is the worst one of the original three. You're so wrong. How dare you? How dare you? I'm not unwell. You're unwell, Fox Girl. Yeah, how dare you? Good. Everybody start fighting. All right, good. As long as you know that you're unwell. To me, that's just, there's no justification behind that take that, like, well, I guess you say you like Return of the Jedi the best, that's fine. If you said it was the best one out of the three, I would vehemently disagree. I will not mind my business, Fox Girl. Lights chat. Good, Todd. Good. Just craziness today. Just craziness. Birds getting their heads cut off. Yeah, but that doesn't make a movie on its own. But I get why, I could see why you like it the best. I'm just saying, as empirically, it's the worst one of the original three. Yeah, yeah. I can accept that, Squid. I can accept that. I can accept that it could be your favorite. But I'm saying, like, I think it's the worst film out of the first three. I mean, when I was a kid, Return of the Jedi was my favorite. Once I started getting the movies more, though, it quickly became not that way. Oh, I disagree with that, though. The Luke, I am your father, and Han Solo being frozen in carbonite are better scenes, in my opinion. Yeah, but like you, I will challenge you saying it holds the best scene of the three. I know you're saying for me, but your wording implied differently. You son of a bitch. uh For me. A lot of people have. I can't die. Yes, you'll win. Of course you'll win. I'm a terrible fighter and a terrible lover, canonically. I guess being the best fighter means that all your rationale is logically correct. No, have you seen my record? Maddie, how many times have I lost in a row now? Maddie, how many fight to the deaths have I lost in a row now? How many has it been? It has been a lot. I wanted to say 7,500. I could rock. Son of a bitch! God! Yeah, 7,453 times now. I've been murdered. I am not a good fighter. And a worse lover. This palette knife is a little bit annoying. No, I fight all the time. I'm just terrible at it. But I can give a mean bear hug. Ask Maddie. Fuck, Spider Daedra. We all need to work on our wiping. Oh, me. Never played Oblivion. I played a little bit of Morrowind back in the day. Did you? Like a rock. No, I'm just a canonically terrible lover, McMarty. I've heard the remaster has been a pleasant surprise. Oh, did you, Amizu? No, there isn't a canon about my lovemaking. I'm just canonically I'm a bad lover. Terrible lover. Just the worst. Yeah, I heard about that like that seemed like an intentional move to keep like the notorious bugs in the game. Oh my god. Tommy. Son of a bitch. I'm doing alright, Tommy. How are you doing, bud? I'm not the bastard man. Because Dennis is a bastard man. It's my text. Yeah. I'm not gonna lie to you that your take is absurd and outrageous and borderline criminal. Would you rather have me lie and you continue to live in your delusion? I'm sorry to hear that. I hope it gets better soon, Tommy. I'm not a taint. I am a beacon of truth. Clearly not. Clearly not. You bastard woman. Does it, Squid? I don't know, I feel like I'm just surrounded by bastards. Like terrible bastards. Alright, well you agree, alright. Alright, see, look, we agreed on something. I don't know, Maddie. We'll see. I could just make that non-revocable. Yeah. You might not be able to do another Zorn palette forever and ever. Go ahead, Squid. Which one originally came out first? Morrowind was first, right? Or did I get that backwards? Morrowind was first? Okay. Well, Morrowind was more popular, right? Not at all. Oh. Oh, nice. I've heard that's a fun game. I'm gonna wait a little bit before I play it, but I've watched it a little bit. I've heard, it looks good. Gotcha, Squid. That was a third. You know, it's a franchise that I never really got too much into, even though I probably would like it. Gotcha. Yeah, I played it on PC back in the day. But like I played it for maybe a total of like 20 something hours. That looks too green, huh? When did I say I was sure I knew what I was doing? You think I know what I'm doing? Do you? Also, you're looking at a photo, Squid. The photo makes it look all brighter, okay? Just FYI. Mm-hmm. So, Squid, let's get into this. I highly doubt that. Um, Photos change contrast, they change saturation, they change exposure, they change brightness. Also, your monitors change all those things as well. Not to mention, what you're viewing is a backlit color. So that means they project like the light through the color into your eyes. Where what I'm looking at is light that is reflected off of objects. So how our eyes take in those colors and how much those are changed based on other factors, they change everything. Hmm? So you want to do, if you want to see how I can tell you a simple exercise. This is why also it's recommended to paint from life versus painting from photos. Okay. It's not just some like pretentious fucking thing. It's because it really is a tangible difference between the two things, and a big difference of what's natural versus something that's like synthetic. No, you don't need a real human skull. Paint a goddamn apple. Oh, well, it is, Dia. It really is a pretentious fucking thing. No. Here. If anybody wants to see this difference, just take your phone out. Take your phone out. Look at something in the room you're in. Just look at something that has some color in it. Okay? Take a picture of it. Then look at the picture and then look at the thing that you just took a picture of. Okay? And then go back and forth and look at the differences. Do you, Squid? Do you? There are other people in here. You're done gonna learn. Maybe that did need a little red. I actually don't agree with that. Like, teal is just a color. I think people overhype it because it's an interesting color. But you can learn all these things with the same colors. You're a color. You're a towel. Dia, you're gonna have to learn, right, Dia? It's okay. Dia, it's not your fault. I'm not the worst. How dare. I just grabbed a... Nope, you're not excused. You should have known. You should have known that I was painting from life. Ooh. You should have known.
Well, well, well.
Oh, thank you, Salt. Son of a bitch! Yeah, it has been 22 months of misery for me. How you doing, Salt? Hope you're well. That's true. You are currently #1 in the Nemesis Nemesi rankings, run by FIFA. Brought to you by Carl's Jr. Yeah. Oh, I gotta remember to look for Zima. I've been forgetting about that. Do you know what stores the Zima's supposed to be at? I might need if it's not available by me, I might need CC to purchase some and send them to me. Was it at Benny's? Does Benny sound correct? You don't remember? Okay. Welcome back, Squid. Are you Gandalfing me right now? Is that what's going on, Squiddy? I found it. Could be worse. Sure. Sure, Squid. Thought you said you didn't have a skull, though. I guess it's, we're just lying to each other. Or more so that you're just lying to me. You can post the link in chat. Or you can post in the Discord in general discussion, or in in your share your art, share your work. Discord's probably better. Alright, we got a block in. The space between the button. Oh, we definitely wouldn't judge you for that. I definitely wouldn't. Would I? Would I? Nope, definitely wouldn't. But maybe. No, I wouldn't. But hold on a sec. All right, we have a nice and shitty block in everybody. Son of a bitch! Blowing your load that quickly, Maddie? 2 already? You animal. You just did. Looks very nice. I see some of the traditional elements here that you be trying to do. Do you, Fox Girl? I can't say the blocking's anything special, but we'll see. We'll see. Fox Girl, I literally had painter's block today, all right? I couldn't poop, so I couldn't think of what I was going to paint. I have a bigger idea going for something I'm going to paint. So I got a bigger painting plan soon. So I'm evoking emotion right now. Is that what you're telling me, Fox Girl? Sign of a true artist. That's good, Squid. I think that's a good way to go about it. I did that. I've done that from the start. You just saw me where I was just doing portraits where the backgrounds didn't matter to me. Well, so all right, I need consensus on this because this might be a risky subject matter. All right, is everybody ready for my idea? I want to get opinions on this. Sorry, is everybody sitting down? All right. I'm going to take Ricardo, paint his face orange, put a clown nose and a clown bow tie. I got a blue blazer and a Trump wig on him, and doing a portrait of that. And or maybe in the future, put a big pile of flour, aka drugs, next to them, and powder on the face as well. What do we think? No, you stay here, out and out. You stay. So we paint his face orange. We got the Trump wig, a clown nose, a clown bow tie, blue blazer. You like that, Catherine? Good. Good, Catherine. You're a good egg. but maybe a little risky. We all do, Squid. Because I thought of this, well, on a night just like tonight, I was cursed by a witch in the woods. They cursed me with a black cloud that constantly follows me around. All right, no other opinions. All right, good. All right, so that's a go. That's a go. Oh shit. Well, yeah, obviously, Fox Girl. I got a big old skeleton now. I can't do it, Dia. That I have a constant thunderstorm following me. Trump bump. Well, yeah. So like, I had the idea. I was thinking about doing the cocaine one today, kind of like a nod to Scarface a little bit, like a big mound of cocaine, and then putting like the drugs on the skeleton's face. But then I had the Trump idea of painting the skeleton's face orange. I thought that was really funny. Yeah, I know you did, Maddie. I thought painting the skull's face orange was just really funny. Because I also got I got a Trump wig today on Amazon. Just grave rob. That's what I did. Wait. No, I bought mine. I definitely bought mine, Squid. But you can get them real cheap. Real cheap. You just know where to look. All right. I think it's time for our break, everybody. I think everybody's a little bit emotional right now, Maddie. I think everybody's a real emotional Fox Girl. All right. I think everybody's being really emotional, Squid. What? You talking about, Maddie? All right. People are just getting a little too heated out in it. And so I think we should take a 5-minute break. Okay. I said everybody's getting emotional. I wasn't just talking to you, Matt. Is there? Well, it sounds like a Fox. So, all right, we're gonna take a 5-minute. All right, everybody, 5S's. We'll see you soon. Oh my god, I'm back. Oh my god. All right, is everybody a little less emotional, Maddie? Is everybody a little less angry, Foxerl? Oh my god, Squid. Jesus. Oh my god. People are just really ornery. Oh my god, Squid. Was it? Was it? Well, Maddie is probably less emotional now. I don't know. Somehow it made it through my auto mod system. Alright. Oh, I forgot to grab paper. True, McMarty, true. Let me go grab some paper towels though. Yeah, you need glove lube to get the gloves on. All right. All right, let's get some brushes out. My brushes were just professionally cleaned, obviously. They're just professionally cleaned. I know my brushes are pristine. Well, nice, Oxford. I hope you enjoy that. Nachos are fine. Oh yeah, I forgot. Also, everybody, just so everybody's aware, some plein air stuff is going to be coming up. I'm going to be doing some plein air watercolor stuff. And then probably eventually into some, you know, oils too again. But I'm gonna start off with doing some watercolor plein air stuff. I go outside all the time, Dia. Come on. Come on. All the time. Because I need to paint outside. It is. But I found out I have a somewhat of a familial family connection to a cow farm that is very close to me that I had no fucking clue. Or like an animal, like I think there's pigs. I believe there's cows too. Oh, nice. Good idea, Maddie. Son of a bitch. Garg! Garg! How are you? Is this brush so fucked? Garg, how do you like all the videos I've been sending you? Like I said, I'm really upping the insanity. Your EP? Well, thank you for joining us. It's always a delight when you're... Hi, Silver. How was your stream? Silver grain. Silver grain. Oh, that sounds good. Sounds really good, McGuarty. Fantastic, Silver. It's silver grain. Oh, were you the mystery person I couldn't figure out? Silver? Were you that mystery order? Because they have been sent. You got them? Okay. That's not that. There we go. Okay, yep. That one makes sense. Yep. I actually didn't know your name was Nicole. Fantastic. How have you used them yet? Have you? Have you? Fantastic. Congratulations on the huge wiener, Silver Grains. Congratulations on the 14 inches. Hi, Yoni. Yoni Minestrone. Welcome in. Silver Grain. Did you do any mixing, Silver? So the phthalo blue and the lemon yellow make a crazy green. Ultramarine blue and quinacridone magenta make a crazy purple. Black is ultramarine blue and burnt umber. But there's also ivory black in there. I got you. I'm thinking about making like a formal like card where I show the mixes on there for reference for people. Of what like the how to mix like or like basically the basic mixes that are a part of the palette. Going all right, Sashi. How are you? Ooh, that sounds like a good time. I haven't played Mario Party in ages. It really is. What are you talking about, Maddie? Jamboree. Oh, is it? Okay. Probably is. That needed to be more saturated. Where have I been? Have you been introduced to one main band? That's right. Don't dox yourself, Squid. Too hot down there. Too hot in Austin. Yeah, still too hot. Everyone should live in the great state of Illinois, where you actually have some governmental protections. It's a date, Squid. All right, Maddie. The rent is only $2,000 a month. Only $2,000 a month. That's it. And you have to take out the trash. Nope, I don't take bees. I take cold hard cash. I take cold hard cash. That means I want the cash frozen in ice.
Fool this man!
Right. That's right. Nope. I do not take the bees equivalent of money. You need to convert those bees into money before you give it to me. Don't you boo me. Uh-uh. No, you just need to take it back. Take it back. Yeah. You have to. Oh, I missed your streak. Oh, wow, you're at 25 now. It's still a bit teeny tiny, Sashi. I don't hide my age. I'm 36. 36. Still, I mean, you know, still pretty, you know, frankly microscopic. I'm not a bastard, man. Well, how old are you, Squid? God, you're 33. Well, yeah, Sashi. Canonically, I'm a terrible lover. Jeez. It's awful. Just the worst. Screaming for babies? I like kids. But I don't intend on having kids. I think babies are cute. But boy, do I not want to take care of a baby. Hi, Pinion. How are you? I'm good. Just doing boring work. What's the boring work you're doing, Pinion? I'm doing fine, just fine. Fine, just fine. You just like babies? I think babies are cute. You just... I don't want to devote my life to children. I mean, people can like having kids. You know, as long as they don't, like, fuck up your, you know, situation. They have the right to be excited about them. Yeah. Oh, that'd be a pain in the balls, Pinion. Yeah. Well, if you need a good lawyer, my lawyer is great. My lawyer Dia, great lawyer. They have a gang of goons who take care of any issues I have. So if you need a good legal representation, I recommend Dia. Yep, Dia's great. Yeah, I mean, I get it, but those pictures are nice to have. You won't regret having the pictures. Yeah, right? Great, right? Great situation, Pinion. And all Dia wants as payment is a pallet of Zima a month. That's all Dia demands in payment. A pallet of Zima. Yeah, right? Very fair. Oh, license my schmeisens, Dia. That's why you have your gang of goons. Remember that the goons you have? They call themselves the Gooners. They are supposed to be sending you the Zima every month. And yet nothing. I'm sorry, D. I'll get on him. Oh, it's all right, Squid. All I'm saying is somebody who gets a lot of baby pictures as well. I think it's good to be compassionate with that sentiment. Than to be resentful. Well, Dia, apparently it's back in stores, by the way. Opinion Zima is a malt beverage that was fairly famous in the 90s and had a large association with the homosexual community. And as with the rampant homophobia of the 90s, kind of killed it before it really got going. I'm not saying it's resentment, but they're one of my sponsors, Pinion. They're one of my longtime sponsors. Very much, like, Dia, I'm not actually joking about that. There was a big, at least in the Midwest, it was used as like, kind of like a gay slur. Like, you know, like, basically like a guy, like, guys weren't comfortable drinking Zima because of its association with being gay. Not kidding. You're a little bit of a bastard, man, for that, but I get it. But But I get it. Oh, of course they do, Dia. That's why they sponsor this stream. That's why Zima sponsors this stream. Okay. True, McMarty. True. True. Pinion, are you back? Oh my god! Oh, thank you, Dio. Oh my god! Thank you. Pinion, have you done any voice work that you like I might recognize you in or anything like that? Dia is the sweet. No? Okay. Jesus Christ! Thank you, Dia. Holy free holies! Thank you so much. Oh my god. What did you do? Oh my god. Level 5 high train. Holy cranoles! Holy free holies! Thank you so much. Thank you, Dia. Yata. That's very generous. Thank you, Dia. Thank you. Now, Dia is just very kind, Squid. He is just extremely kind and supportive. Very much so. Dia was my first mod, too. I mean, do I not deserve some kindness sometimes, Maddie? Or am I just... Is that just a hard pass? I don't think it's a good thing to assume, Squid, you bastard man. Oh my god, Maddie. Well, thank you so much, G. That is very kind. To all the people who got subs, you are now stuck here forever, forever. What have I done? My mom is a saint. That is true. I swear, you all would love my mom. Like, way more than you guys like me. Which is very little. I guess that's not saying much. Well, Dia was like... Dia, you were like my first, like, regular viewer. It was basically Dia, Mudworks, and Amy were my first, like, regular viewers. Friends. A couple of the other OG viewers I had, I'm pretty sure I offended one with saying "see you in hell" at the end of one stream, and I hadn't seen them since I said "see you in hell." They actually seemed offended by that. That was Painty McPaintface. That's true. Well, Painty McPaintface was the original nemesis. And then I said "see you in hell" at the end of one stream, and he said "fuck you" or something. But we had those kind of tones before. And then he's never been back. Never been back. Hi, Burger. Welcome in. Are we not friends, Dia? Apparently. But he was in on the joke, Squid, before. So it was a surprise. I felt comfortable saying that to him. Okay, good. All right. Yatta. No, well, McMarty, I kind of thought it was because I laughed when he said it, but then he never came back to another stream. That is true. Shasta, you ushered in that was the real start of the trivia era, Shasta. All right, I'm settled. Hi, Mud. Malachite. Ooh, a hype chest? What is this? Choo-choo. That's the hype emote. Yeah, never seen him since. All right, let's do some... we'll do a couple trivia questions. In honor of Shasta and the trivia era and the OGs, let's do a little bit of trivia. Yatta. Yeah, this is for oily points, McMarty. This is for oily points. Trivia! Okay, don't nerd me. Okay. Not a nerd. I'm super cool guy. 3000. All right. Let's go with... All right, first question. Jesus Christ, Dia. Jesus. Not a nerd. All right, first question. What? We'll go, hold on, we'll do that one. Let's go with... What resin commonly used in the Middle Ages comes from China? What resin? What was the name of the resin that originated from China that was very popular during the Dark Ages? Malachite is incorrect. That would be actually kind of funny, wouldn't that, Salt? Maddie gets it right. Dragon's blood. Dragon's blood. It's different than that. It's copper carbonate. Well, Pinion, get ready to learn. Take notes. Take notes, Pinion. Next question. What are, all right, there are two answers to this question. Hold on. Hold on. Reading something. Reading my notes. Reading my notes. Okay, yeah. What are the two main elemental components of burnt umber? What are the two main elemental components of burnt umber? Answer one. We're handing out 2 points. What are the two main elemental components of burnt umber? Burnt and umber? Wrong, Pinion. Wrong. Callous hoofs? No. I was verifying something. Iron is correct. Average squid is correct with iron. What is the other one? Oxygen? Nope. Manganese is correct. Hematite is not technically correct. Manganese is correct. Mud gets a point. Average squid and mudworks gets a point. It's not sand. Definitely not sand. It's mined from the ground. Camel urine. Jesus Christ. All right. What? Hi, Nordic. We're doing some trivia. Hi, Nordic. Hope you're well. Next question. What was the name of the blue lake color commonly used in the Renaissance prior to the discovery of indigo? You think that offends me, Dia? Not at all. Small? Nope. What blue lake color was used prior to the discovery of indigo? Malachite is incorrect. It can, but it's generally mined like rocks, McMarty. It's generally mined like rocks. Maddie with the memory. Woad is correct. Woad is correct. Woad is not made up. You son of a bitch, Pinion. How dare you come in here? Next question. When the Egyptians discovered the pigment Egyptian blue, it happened during a glass smelting accident with what pigment? When Egyptian blue was discovered during a glass melting accident with what pigment? Lapis lazuli? Nope. Not that. Woe is me. Oh my god, no, I'm so sorry, Nordic. I'm so sorry. Azura, nope. Azurite, nope. Azurite, nope. That is correct, Shasta. I was gonna give you Azurite too, but I was giving Dia a chance. It is malachite. It is malachite, everybody. It's malachite or azurite, which are made of the same stuff. Copper carbonate. Malachite was the answer. I gave you a chance, Dia. I gave you a chance. Come on, Dia. The one time you don't just answer malachite. Shasta, you get a point. All right. What was another early green copper-based pigment? Oh, that could be true, McMarty. It was the reverse psychology. Not malachite. I said the other green-based copper pigment. Early green copper pigment. Copper manganese in it? Nope. Not cobalt? Nope. Shields green? Nope. That was arsenic. Yep. Copper. Copper. Your hint is horseshit. Your hint is horseshit. There it is. Shasta gets it right. Verdigris. Verdigris. Copper horseshit. Hi, Mako. Next question. Your hint is horrible. Oh my god. My hint was fantastic. Next question. What celebrity loved getting glass bottom boats? God damn you. I had to throw this one in here. Come on. There it is. Maddie gets it right. Maddie gets it right. Sylvester Stallone. I can't let y'all forget this. Can't let y'all forget that. It will pay off one of these days. It will pay off one of these days. What world, Nicholas? One of these days, you're going to be able to Goodwill Hunting somebody, Mudworks. Sylvester alone. One of these days, you're going to be able to Goodwill Hunting somebody, and you're going to thank me. That is true. Dia, I was considering giving you a point because you were close. Dia gets a point. Not specifically shit, but glass bottom boats. You never know, Mud. You never know. That is true. All right, fine. We'll give Dia gets a point. Who directed Bram Stoker's Dracula starring Gary Oldman? Who directed Bram Stoker's Dracula starring Gary Oldman? One more and he could retired. Oh, Pinion gets it right. Pinion. Right on there. Good film. Awesome. A lot of awesome movie making techniques in that film. A lot of awesome movie making, like a lot of old style, like 1930s, 40s style movie making in that film. Really, it's a really interesting watch if you're into filmmaking. Oh, it's amazing, Pinion. It's Oldman's so great too, but they actually did shadow puppets. They did like the moving screen. They did things to project like his eyes onto the screen in camera. Like the scene where like he moved his hand across flowers. They actually they did that in camera too. It's awesome. It's so great, Pinion. So great. I wasn't a huge fan of that film back in the day, but when I learned all the cool film shit that they did, it made me like love the film. Okay. All right. Who played James Stewart's love interest in Rear Window? Who played James Stewart's love interest in Rear Window? I do. I love Dogma. I grew up on Dogma, Nordic. It's too quiet? All right. I'll try and fix that. Sashi, you are correct. It is Grace Kelly. Grace Kelly. Rear Window, one of my favorite movies of all time. Rear Window, one of my favorite movies of all time. What was the first major motion motion picture movie that was horror movie that was directed by a woman? What was the first major motion picture horror movie that was directed by a woman? Horror movie. What was the first major motion picture horror movie that was directed by a woman? My wording's terrible on there. I want you. It was a movie done by a major studio, released nationwide, and it was directed by a woman. What was the first? Yatta, 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 ta, ta. I think it was the 80s, Pinion. Pinion, you've heard of it. Brain Dead? No, that was Peter Jackson. This is one I want you all to remember because it's a big deal. I repeat one because I like the message of, I like what they actually also mean. Brain Dead was Peter Jackson. How dare you, McMarty? You'll know the name of it, Pinion. Yeah, I'm not saying it's fine for. I thought you were making fun of me because I was saying it terribly. American Psycho? Nope. Oh, gotcha. I thought you were making fun of my inability to say what I was trying to ask. Yatta, yatta. It was not Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Nope. That guy was a well-known director too. What was his name? I think it was Toby something. But that was a dude. And that was much significantly before this film. Toby Hooper, that's it. Yep. Such a good film. Despite how fucked up that film was, it was a great film. Yatta, yatta. Yatta, ta, ta. It was a hit, Squid. It was a hit. Do we have similar taste in films, Pinion? Did I miss what Silvergrain said? We need a hint? All right, it was a Stephen King. It was based off of a Stephen King book. Carrie? Nope. Not Fuji. I think you meant Cujo. Nope. There it is. Pet Cemetery. Fox Girl gets it right with Pet Cemetery. Pet Cemetery. So that creepy ass kid cutting into the Achilles, that was a woman director. All right, next question. Son of a... Yep, Sashi, really. All right, let's go with... Oh, yeah, well, this one's stumped. Oh, yeah, this one's a good one, too. Why am I painting in the dark? Well, because the picture makes it seem a lot more dark, Dio. Ow, fuck. You see how dark that is here? That's more realistic to what I see. All right, wait, hold on. I'll go back Nordic. Bethany, what are you? Metatron? Dude, that ending of Dogma is so good, Nordic. That's not even the... Hold on, that isn't even the ending. That was, what's his name? That was during the dinner scene. That was during the dinner scene. Sorry, where they introduce, where angels get explained. Okay, next question. It's so good. Oh, well, I need to lighten all this stuff up, but I'm like getting other colors in first here. Okay, next question. What was the first movie to be rated PG-13? What was the first film to be rated PG-13? Yatta. Temple of Doom, nope. Debbie Does Dallas, nope. That's a porno, Dia. That is a pornography. Come on. There it is. Silvergrains remembers. Silvergrains remembers. It is Red Dawn. Red Dawn. I have done this one before. All right. The first film to actually be rated PG-13 was Red Dawn. Now, maybe it's because of maybe Temple of Doom released after it, and that was part of like the studio like technique to get the PG-13 for Temple of Doom or something like that, but I don't know. I mean, it's a preposterous film. All right, let's go with... All right, yeah. Let's see. Let's think of more trivia. Oh yeah, this is always a good one. What pigment is made from cobalt glass? What pigment is made from cobalt glass? Oh, mud's on top of that. Mud's on top of that. Smalt is correct. Smalt is correct. All right. Oh my God, Dia. What famous painter commonly used smalt in their palette? What famous painter commonly used smalt in their palette? Ooh, right on top of that one, Shasta. Rembrandt is correct. Rembrandt is correct. Ah, Cox! Cax! No worries, Dia. Son of a... What pigment was also was commonly used in history as a food additive and in makeup? Lead is correct, Dia. Lead white. Lead white, everybody. Lead white. Yatta. Not bat poop is not a pigment. Yeah. Apparently there's some interesting stories about how the rich people in Roman society, there wasn't like long-running families because they would, as they got richer, this was a richer thing for people to do, to like consume lead for stuff. So the families would like kind of die out fairly quickly because of fertility issues and death from lead, interestingly enough. No, it was straight up lead was used as a sweetener for like mustard and wine and stuff like that. Probably for, oh my god, Pinion. All right, next question. This one's a little bit subjective, all right, but it's a fun question. What painter is suspected to possibly be Jack the Ripper? And this painter also knew one of the prime suspects of Jack the Ripper. Francis Drake, nope. No worries, Mud. But if it goes long enough, feel free. It was not me. The allegations are all true except for that one. Please, Nordic. Yes. Would love to hear the reason why. The allegations are all true except for that one. Degas is correct. Edgar Degas. This is subjective because somebody does some TikTok videos on this. On Edgar Degas being Jack the Ripper. But there are some historically provable things that are very interesting about that possibility. But there's somebody who did like several like 2-minute videos on this topic. Also, don't like Degas. You can like his paintings, but the guy was a shithead. So be careful with liking Degas. He also was most likely a horrible diddler. Well, so McMarty, Degas was in England during the time of the murders. He was going to visit one of the prime suspects, and he wrote a suspicious amount of letters back to Paris when he was over there as part of the things. Jack the Stripper. He was also incredibly sexist and like had a very bad reputation with the women in the dancing halls that he would frequent. And then, like, one other big note they said is, like, the person who did the murder supposedly had some knowledge of anatomy, but they weren't specifically skilled with, like, you know, surgery, which kind of fit Degas' profile of, like, doing a lot of anatomy studying, but he never did, like, surgery. That was basically, like, their biggest points. I mean, that is true. Gauguin was a real piece of shit, or Gauguin. Yeah, Gauguin is probably one of the worst people to idolize or like in the famous painting world. Don't like Gauguin. Real awful human being. Yeah. This color is all fucked. All right, let's do a couple more questions. All right, what was the name of the town/area that Monet's garden was in? Ooh, Pinion. All right, Pinion. Pinion gets it right. All right, Pinion. That's your real name. Huh, all right, well, we have a lot in common. I love Monet. What's the name of Claude Monet's daughter, I believe stepdaughter, that is also now becoming a fairly famous impressionistic painter? Oh, it's not her real name. Oh my god. Are we sure it's not a double cross, Dia? What was the name of Monet's daughter that now has a significant following for her painting? How dare you, Todd? How dare you? I'm only looking for the first name here, by the way. I'll say it is a fairly French first name. Yeah. Mary? No. Marie? Not Marie. Oh. Giselle, Charlotte, nope. Veronique? Nope. Not Veronique. Lead is invested in your lung tissues, soft and hard tissues through the bloodstream. You mean clots normally, right? Yeah. Audrey, nope. Yeah, you said that before. It's always interesting seeing that again, though, Nordic. Ingestred, not investing. Yeah. Charlotte, nope, not Charlotte. What's Ingestred? Rats. Claire, nope. Actually, did I remember that correctly? I'm pretty sure. I'm double checking, but I'm fairly certain. Merida, nope. Not that.
Fire the nuclear weapon.
Jesus Christ! Snapback! Sally, nope. Abigail, nope. Chloe, nope. Mafala, nope. Welcome in, Snapback. Nope, I was correct. Oh my god, a raid! Give me those sweet, delicious links. Or else, Snapback. Hi, Bracket. Hope you're well, bud. Pinion strikes again. Give us those links, Snapback. Before we have a problem. All right, any other guesses on what Claude Monet's daughter, who now is a fairly famous painter on their own? Good. Good. Everybody go follow Snapback Artist, or else I've been following him for millennia. Well, thank you, Bracket. Damn, you've been subscribed for 16 months. Thank you so much, Bracket. You're welcome, Snapback. Thank you. You have many choices to raid streams, and you made the biggest mistake in choosing this one. Francois, nope. Not that. Definitely not that. Yatta. Emohin? Nope. Butts, extra butts, that is all. It's a good message. Or Jaqueline? Nope. Jacqueline? Jacqueline? Nope. We're only going to give it a couple more minutes. Or seconds. We'll see how I change in that time period. Francis? No. Lynette? No. Not Lynette. Person? Nope. 10. Mignonette? Nope. 9. 8. 7. What was the name of Claude Monet's daughter, who is also now a fairly famous Impressionist painter? 10. 9. 8. 7. 6. Claudette? Nope. Lily? Nope. 5. All right, the answer is Jean? Nope. Liliana? Nope. The answer is Claude Monet was not George Foreman, Mudworks. The answer is Blanche. Blanche Monet. Blanche. Stink. Farts. I know, Blanche is a good name. I like that name too. Should have guessed it, Dia. Should have guessed it. I don't know this to be true for sure, but I'm fairly positive that this is the case. So I'm just going to ask it like it is true. What is the most commonly used pigment in the world currently? Yatta, 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 ta, ta. Yeah, see, right? That's what I thought too. That's what I thought too, opinion. Bat poop? Nope. Titanium white is correct, Mud. Titanium white is correct. I'd be shocked if that wasn't the case. Titanium white is food grade, as in it's safe to be in contact with food, so it's used in a lot in plastics. It's used in your toothpaste. All your wall paint basically is like a titanium white base that they mix dyes into the binder. Like your house paint is the classic bright white is titanium white pigment. Everybody, you prefer buff tits? Don't we all? Don't we all? I'm pretty sure 80% of the time Mudworks is right every time. I don't get that reference, McMarty. All right, next question. All right, let me try and think of another one off the top of my head. Okay, here's a good one. When Kurt Russell and John Carpenter were supposed to make my favorite movie of all time, The Thing, the filming and principal photography of that film was delayed by 1 year because of Kurt Russell's involvement in another film. What film delayed the filming of The Thing? Escape from LA? Nope. Wow, Catherine! Catherine gets it right away. Overboard. Overboard. All you people with Escape from LA or New York or Little China, those were John Carpenter films with Kurt Russell as well. Well, apparently Dia made the thing really good because John Carpenter got to work on the script for like a year. John Carpenter got to work on that script for like a year, and that's, I think, partly why it's so fucking good. Because if you haven't seen The Thing, all right, if The Thing isn't one of your favorite films of all time, you need to rethink your priorities. Pinion, it is my favorite movie of all time. Overboard, some people like it. I'm not a fan, but that's where he met Goldie Hawn. Dia. He met Goldie Hawn on the set of Overboard. But Pinion, I say this, I think the Thing is the closest thing to a perfect movie that has ever existed. Scanners is fun, but it's different. Alien's fantastic as well. Alien is just so... What's the right word? Alien is like, I feel like a little bit more blatant in its like, in its style, which is still great, don't get me wrong. But I just like how The Thing is more of a mystery than anything. Love The Thing. I watch The Thing on repeat like every Halloween. Alien is so good, Silvergrains. This is not me detracting from Alien. It's just like stylistically, it is different enough in a good way that they're both like truly unique films. I just love like how The Thing is this like monster movie that is more like a mystery and like a Lord of the Flies type situation as well. All right, next question. Yeah, I'd agree with that, Silver. Yeah, no, I think that's a good, that's like a good summary of it. Oh, yeah, here's a good question. All right. Arnold Schwarzenegger was a Terminator. However, he was not the first choice to play the Terminator. What actor did they first try to get to play the Terminator before Arnold Schwarzenegger? This is a good one. Jean-Claude Van Damme? Nope. Better. O.J. Simpson is correct. O.J. Simpson is correct. That's right, Pinion. Yep. No, it's true, Dia. It's true. I believe he auditioned at one point, was like they were close to signing him, but apparently they had some issues with like when they heard Arnold say a few things. Apparently that convinced them to go with Arnold. Yeah, seriously, Pinion. Seriously. T2 is fantastic. I mean, outside of 1 and 2, they can all go to hell, but 1 and 2 are just some really great movie making as well. It might have been, oh yeah, that was it, Silvergrains. That's the thing I heard. They thought he wasn't believable as a killer. No joke, Pinion. I believe I heard I heard that anecdote from James Cameron about O.J. Simpson playing the Terminator. I mean, because honestly, O.J. in Naked Gun was a pretty good slapstick actor. Like, no joke. He was entertaining. He was entertaining in Naked Guns. All right, next question. Oh yeah, this is always a fun question. Who played the original masochist in Little Shop of Horrors? Who played the original masochist at the dentist's office in Little Shop of Horrors? Bill Murray? Nope. The original one. You guys are thinking of the later one. Remember, that was a remake. You're thinking of the remake, everybody. You're thinking of the remake. Leslie Nielsen? Nope. Really worth a watch, Todd. Really worth a watch. There's some interesting trivia about the OG one, Todd. Or Silver Grains. There is a really interesting piece of trivia on the first one. There it is. Dia. Dia gets it right with Jack Nicholson. So the original interesting point on the first one was that it was made on a bet that I think they only did principal photography for I think they did principal photography and editing in 3 days. So the first one was made on like a bet between like studio execs and like a director, and they were able to do like all principal photography and I believe editing in like 3 days. I think it's like 15 to 20. I don't know. It's not short. It's not short. But editing back then was just like a nightmare. All right. Let's see. We're gonna snooze this one, and then we're gonna take a break on this instead. All right. Who played the original OG Wolfman? Who played the original OG Wolfman? Let's see if you remember, Pinion. No! Bob Barker, nope. Team Edward, Dia. We're all Team Edward here. Bela Lugosi, nope. Bela Lugosi was the OG Dracula. He did a lot. He did a few things, but I'm not sure he was the Mummy. Just ease of being able to set up a still life in your studio, Todd. I don't know, Smiley Sloth. How did you? Any other guesses? Sounds good, Todd. Lon Chaney? Very close to you, but it was not Lon Chaney. Very close, but it wasn't Lon Chaney. Jack Palance? I said very close, Pinion. I said very close. Richard Chaney? Nope. It might, McMarty. Dick Cheney. It was not Dick Cheney. You know what? You know, fuck it. Dia, I'm giving it to you because you guys aren't going to get it. You guys aren't going to get it. It was Lon Chaney Jr. Lon Chaney Jr. The original Lon Chaney was also an actor at that period of time who did, I believe he was the original Phantom of the Opera. I'm pretty sure Lon Chaney, the father, was the original Lon Chaney. Was Lon Chaney. Lon Chaney Jr. was the Wolfman. And Quasimodo, that's right. If you want to some some OG special effects on the original Phantom of the Opera, he actually intentionally distorted his face with piano wire to make it like, so they didn't put a prosthetic on him on the original Phantom of the Opera. He actually like altered his face himself with like piano wire and things like that for the film. No, Boris Karloff and Bela Lugosi were not related. Or is this a different thing? Oh wait, he played the. Well, no. So Bela Lugosi was offered Frankenstein before Boris Karloff, but Bela Lugosi was insulted to be offered Frankenstein, and that's why Boris Karloff was originally how he got the role. Boris Karloff got famous because of Bela Lugosi's like ego. All right, last trivia question. Another one of my favorite movies of all time. That probably gave it away. Oh no, I could say it like this. All right, Exorcist 3 is one of my favorite movies of all time. Exorcist 3. It wasn't originally supposed to be called Exorcist 3. What was supposed to be the original name of Exorcist 3? Yeah, there's like 6. But 3 is a spectacular movie. Legitimately, if you haven't seen Exorcist 3, it's on YouTube for free. Watch it. It is a like a legitimately phenomenal movie. No. This is a movie in the 80s. It has Brad Dourif and George C. Scott. No joke, Pinion. Based on what you've told me, you will love this film. Yeah, Brad Dourif, and he's going for it too. He's going for it, Pinion. And George C. Scott as like the main character. You should watch it tonight. No joke. It's unbelievable. You should watch 1 and 3, Todd. They are spectacular films. Tremors is fine. I'm not gonna like. Tremors does some really fun things, but it's a simple film, but worth a watch. Exorcist 2 Electric Pazuzu. That's a good name. Rule 34 film? No. That's true, Dia. That is true. I mean, people like what they like. All I'm saying is Pinion will probably be one of your favorite films, like, ever, if you watch it. And I'm not exaggerating it. It was directed by William Peter Blatty, who wrote The Exorcist, and he wrote this as another book as a different story. But he ended up directing it, so it has a lot of like characteristics like it's a play. No joke, Pinion, you should watch it tonight. And I'm gonna need a report. I'm gonna need a 10-page report on analyzing the film. Well, what's the original name, damn it? Good. The re-exorcist. All right, here's a hint, everybody. Exorcist is not in the name. Exorcist is not in the name of the film. Of the original title. It was supposed to be a standalone film. Ghost? Nope. The most erotic film of all time? It was not Ghost. Any guesses? You know what, Mud? I love that. I love that. Look, Banished? Nope, got nothing? Alright. Its original name was Legion. 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 It got renamed because there was some reshoots. Basically the studio. All right, the original ending of it was very dark and grim, and it was not connected to The Exorcist, right? But the studio made them do some reshoots. The reshoots are not terrible, but they changed the name to Exorcist 3 at that point. See, I don't get it, Smiley. That concludes this session of Badly Trivia. There'll be punch and cookies on the way out. Yatta, 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 ta. All right, so Pinion, you're good at movie trivia, I've learned. That's true, Pickles. No, there's punch and cookies. What kind of cookies? Stale sugar cookies. Hi, Amy. Punches. Oh my, stop punching the cookies. Well, I'll say this. How many of you didn't know any of this trivia before I forced this knowledge upon you? Nope, stale sugar cookies. That are not sweet enough either. I cursed you all with this. I did this. What is a peat-forming body of water that relies on groundwater? A swamp. Bog. Oh, Pinion. Pinion, you get another point. Jesus Christ, Todd. No. No, Todd. Ask Todd. Pickles, can you give Pinion another point? Yatta, 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 ta, ta. All right, we got ads in 2. No licking without asking consent. All right. So we got to take a break. It is time for a break. Everybody's being really emotional and irrational right now. All right, Maddie. All right. Everybody just needs to settle down. Pickles. All right. Everybody just, you know, calm down. Pinion. All right. Have a good night, Sloth. All right. Everybody's just going crazy. I'm not an asshole. Come on. I'm not an asshole. Okay, Dia. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Dia. Jesus. Stop panicking. Calm down. Everybody loves to be called to be. Everybody loves to be told to be calm down. So everybody calm down now. Or else. I would never. I grew up with 3 sisters. I would not make that mistake. Jeebus Christmas. Merry Chrysler. All right, everybody. We're gonna take 5. We're gonna take 5 minutes, and we'll see you when we get back. And ads are starting in 20 seconds. True opinion. True. Oh my god, I'm back! Oh my god! Pranked! Pranked by the prank bastard. The prank bastard of Northern Illinois. Goddamn right. That's the prank bastard, everybody. The prank bastard of Northern Illinois. By the way, all right, I've been running my next painting reference by everybody. And I want to get some opinions on this. I'm sourcing opinions. Okay? No, here, I'll go grab it. I haven't cleaned Rudy's head yet. Here, I'll go grab it. Here we go. Whoa. Oh. I don't like the view from this side, though, just the blue. Not clean yet. He said he was doing performance art, and he spilled paint all over himself. He just said, paint me. Now, Rudy did that to himself. Yeah, Rudy's a son of a... We don't like Rudy, Pinion. Rudy's an asshole. Thank you, Oxford. Okay. I'm trying to get opinions on a possibly risky reference I'm doing. Okay, everybody? So is everybody ready and sitting down for me to explain this? Everybody sitting down? All right, well, that's good. That's good. Mud, are you here? Mud and Salt. So, as you all know, I bought the big skeleton. Ricardo Montalbone. All right, so I'm going to explain, Todd. So, all right, so one of you is good. You know, one of you is good. I wanted to hear one of your opinions on this, too. I don't think I might get banned, but here, you'll understand why it's risky, okay? So, I bought Ricardo Montalbone, and I want to do another portrait of them. But I bought a clown nose and a clown bow tie and a blue blazer and a Trump wig. And I was going to paint his face like, you know, like orange. No, they're not more important, but they have... sometimes they provide a lot of good grounded opinions on stuff. And I think you already heard, and I know they hadn't heard yet. I don't know if you heard this earlier, Dia. So, you give great advice too, don't get me wrong. But so I was going to paint the face orange, put the clown nose on it, clown bow tie. I have a blue blazer, Trump wig, and do that portrait. Wait, you're my lawyer? When did I retain you? So you don't think that's a good idea? You like it, Pinion? Do you think I could actually, like... All right. So what are the risks? Well, I don't think there could really be any legal trouble. But it is painting... alluding to the president, sitting president, as a skeleton. That's what I'm saying, Dia. But I was thinking, like, literally, like, so on this skeleton's face, imagine, like, just like here painted just like here painted orange, the rest of it is the same, but just like the front is orange and then the wig, right? You wouldn't do it? This is why I'm asking everybody. Yeah, I would do. I wouldn't change any way how I'd operate. I would agree it's non-zero. But so, all right, once again, painted orange, the front painted orange, the wig, clown's nose, clown bow tie, blue blazer. Well, you think about like, you're talking about like people like attacking me? The orange is the funniest part though, Dia. I know. It's the orange is so funny. Like what sold me on the idea was the orange. Was painting the face orange. Yeah, you don't think I should do it? It's fair. I'm asking you for a reason because I'm thinking like what, you know. I'm asking y'all because I am having similar thoughts. Yeah, no, I agree, Silver. Yeah, I agree with you, Salt, as well. Well, I literally have nothing illegal. But see, the problem is then if I don't do that, then I couldn't literally do I could never theoretically do a likeness of Trump with the skeleton. That is true. Now, thankfully I'm not a part of any gangs and I don't do illegal stuff. It could be so good. It could be so good. Yeah, no, that's true. I could just be patient. So that's kind of a consensus no. Patience in this economy? True. True. Okay. All right, then follow-up question. This is the other idea I had. Do you think this would be problematic for Twitch or YouTube? I was thinking about doing I don't think there's a way to do it subtly, though. You know, like if I didn't paint it orange and I just did the wig, I think people would take it the same way. So I think the thing that makes it obviously him is the orange, right? Because I could probably just get away with the wig, but it's the orange. Yeah, well, there's another idea. I have another idea that's not Trump related, but it has its own possible TOS issue. All right. This idea is doing like a Scarface mound of cocaine, like using flour or something like that, and the skeleton actively kind of like, you know, coming up from it, right? So like a mound of like flour on like on a mirror, and then skeleton with powder all over their face and nose. You get what I'm saying? Hi, Amy. Oh, hi, nerds. Do we think Coke skeleton would be a problem? Yatta, 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 ta, ta. I'm burning this place to the ground when I'm gone. Doing all right, Amy. We're running by some, That's true, Pickles. So you're saying that's a no? But so, here's the thing, right? People smoke weed. All the time on stream. And so, marijuana is technically federally illegal in some states. So do you think they'd have a problem with me alluding to coke usage? There you go, Amy. And Amy, I'm never going to mod you. But I was kind of thinking of doing like I'm not going to cut it into lines or anything, but I was thinking about doing the mound, right? With the skeleton's face obviously having just been in it. I'm a very kind man. Some would say the kindest. Yep, see? Amy agrees. Yatta, 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 ta, ta. Right on cue, exactly. See? You understand, Amy. So, I don't know if Pinion is... Pinion! Pinion, get in here! It went fine. I really couldn't think of much to paint because I had painter's block as far as subject matter. What do we need from Pinion? Oh, gotcha. Okay. Big mistake, Amy. Big mistake. Yatta, yatta. Yatta, ta, ta. Who else has got yatta stuck in their head? Say I. And if you don't know what yatta is, go search it on YouTube now. And you're welcome. will not keep my yatas to myself. Good, see? But it's yatas. Yata, yata. That is true. I mean, they constantly buy all my used gloves. Yeah, time without protection. Do you know more Kambe and Wise? I do not. What is that, Amy? Yeah, yeah. Ooh, that blue be strong. More Kambe. More Kambe. No. That's definitely wrong. That's definitely not correct. Definitely not correct. I'm pretty sure I'm right on that one, Amy. Goddamn glare. Yeah, exactly. See, Maddie gets it. Too bad. It's been happening too often, honestly, Maddie. For our natural hatred for each other. Feels wrong. That was fun trivia today. Damn you. Damn you to hell. Oh, we can always do more. I just got to think of more. I know a lot of horror trivia, Opinion. I know a lot of horror trivia. Yeah, Menace can't leave. Okay. Alright, I actually got one more good trivia question. Every stream is mandatory. You're all stuck here. I have one more good trivia question, everybody. In what? This one might be worth more than 1 point. I'm going to see how... If somebody gets this instantly, it's going to be 1. But if you all struggle for this, I'm going to give more than 1 point for this. All right, the question is... In what horror film did Jack Black get killed in on a resort, a Caribbean resort island? So more can be, and why is there a comic who started out in like the 60s, maybe earlier, but one of their skits is a boom, ooh, ya, ta, ta, ta. Oh, gotcha. Piranha 3D? Nope. Naked in Manhattan? Nope. Wah! Nope. Not wah. Nope, it's not wah. Very wrong. Yep. Nope, not that, Dia. Nope, not that either. I'll check it out. Amy, can you message that link to me? Grocery? No. In what movie was Jack Black murdered? In what horror movie was Jack Black murdered on a resort Caribbean island? Yep. Jack Black. Jack Black was in a horror movie where he was murdered brutally. I'll give you a couple hints, actually. I believe Jennifer Love Hewitt was in the film and Freddie Prinze Jr. There's horror elements, but I would not consider that a horror film. Damn, you got it right, Silvergrains. Oh, shit, that tip. I knew you were a wild card for it. It is, I still know what you did last summer. Nope. I still know what you did last summer. The sequel to I Know What You Did Last Summer. Silvergrains, you get a point. Silvergrains, you and your husband are good at those obscure trivia. You're good at the obscure trivia. Glass Onion? Yeah, it wasn't from the what was it? The Broken Knife kind of films. Well, here, Silvergrains, don't answer this one. Don't answer this one, Silvergrains. Because I want to see how much, if anybody remembers this one. No, he's not, Amy. I'm pretty sure. All right, what was Arnold Schwarzenegger's first major motion picture in the United States? Showgirls? No. You mean the masterpiece? Running Man? Nope. Oh, you remembered that one, Salt. All right, you are correct. It was Hercules in New York. Hercules in New York. Legendary bad film. Will Pickles, if you want to get better at trivia. God, what a weird movie Showgirls was. Yatta, yatta. Okay, I got a really hard one. Wait, I got a really hard question. Hold on. I got a really hard question. Hold on. Let me clarify. Oh, fuck. You're welcome. And now for the question. All right. The movie Walking Tall was actually starring The Rock and Johnny Knoxville, was a remake from the movie Walking Tall, I believe in the 70s. Who played the original main character hero in the original Walking Tall? This is an oiliest of oily point question. This is an oiliest of oily point question. Burt Reynolds, nope. This is for an oiliest of oily point question. Jack Black, no. Turd Ferguson, no. I'm hearing a lot of non-answers here. 1970s. Holy shit, Dia! Oh my god, you got it right. Dia, Joe Don Baker. Holy shit. Okay. Dia gets an oiliest of oily point, everybody. Joe Don Baker. The most non-actiony action star of all time, everybody. Yeah, he was in there was like 4 movies where he was like the action star. And I forget what the other names were, but he was a hilarious action star. Okay. All right, here's another follow-up Joe Don Baker question, everybody. What film was Joe Don Baker and Jack Black in? In what film was Jodan Baker and Jack Black both in? Debbie Does Dallas? No, that's a pornography film, Dia. Tenacious D? Nope. The Holiday? Nope. Not The Holiday. You think Jodan Baker was in The Holiday? Come on. Are you embarrassed? All right, that movie was a guilty pleasure of mine, though. No joke. That film was delightful. That was a guilty pleasure film of mine, and Maid of Honor with Patrick Dempsey. You probably would recognize it, Pickles, if you saw a picture of him. Yatta, yatta. If you don't know Jodan Baker's face, you can search it on Google. That will be allowed in this question. I do. There is one, Amy. Son of a bitch. God damn it, Amy. God damn it. What have you done? What have you done? You've doomed us. You've doomed me. What's your answer, Silvergrains? Jack Black and Jodan Baker were in a movie together. They were actually father and son in the film. What film was that? Silvergrains, you are correct. Mars Attacks. Mars Attacks is correct. Yep. There you go. Mars Attacks has one of the craziest casts you will ever see in a film. Mars Attacks is literally one of the craziest casts for a film like that you will ever see. Pierce Brosnan, Sarah Jessica Parker, Jack Nicholson, Natalie Portman, I think Bill Pullman, Joe Brown, Danny DeVito, Tom Jones. God, what was her name? I loved Mars Attacks. Yeah, he's been in a but Mars Attacks, like, just an insane. Michael J. Fox. They gave people, like, Danny DeVito was like top billed, and he had like 2 lines in the film and gets killed. It's great. Like, they did. It's just a film full of skits. It's directed by Tim Burton. Yeah, Lisa Priestley. Yeah. Who else was in it? There was. I'm still missing people too. I believe the older woman too was somebody of note. The older grandma. Oh, what was the woman's name? She was in Favorite things when the dog bites. What, Walking Tall, I think was from the 70s or early 80s. When the bee stings, I'm allergic. When I'm feeling sad, guilty. So, Amy, it's a fun film. It's not like particularly like good, but it's like it's a film full of bits. Just funny bits is the best way of thinking about it. And then I don't feel so bad. Shoo-be-doo-be-doo-bop-bop-bum. Yeah, it's a series of bits. But they are funny. And I grew up on that film, so I have a connection to Mars Attacks. Does anybody know my connection to Mars Attacks? It's a crazy solid cast. I have some badly lore trivia with regards to Mars Attacks, actually. And about a mother's love. You're a Martian? Nope. So when I was in 3rd grade, during the Nagano Winter Olympics, I had an appendicitis. So my appendix ruptured while it was still inside of me. And I almost died, and I was in the hospital for 6 days. I was in the hospital for 6 days. And my parents basically allowed me to... I didn't know I was, like, in actual, like, trouble, like, where I could almost die. But I just thought it was awesome. I got to watch whatever I wanted, essentially. And I watched 3 movies on repeat for 6 days in the hospital. And those were Indiana Jones and The Last Crusade, Beavis and Butthead Do America, and Mars Attacks. Wait, is that from the Goonies, Amy? They did not. Ack, 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 ack. And I literally watched those films on repeat. That is the chunk. I was waiting for the barf line, but that's one of the, like, it's such a, like, great, well delivered line, especially for a child actor. Yeah. Goonies is fine. A lot of people love it. I'm not somebody who just, like, adores that film. But there are some really good comedic bits in that film. Corey Feldman in that film was very good. Yeah, it's a good kid adventure film. And then I don't feel so bad. Where's your childlike wonder? What is my childlike wonder? It died a long time ago. Corey Feldman, who also voiced Donatello in the Ninja Turtles movie. Shut up, Salt. Okay, I'm offended by that. You son of a bitch. I'm not that big of a dick. Or am I? Wait, hold on. Hold on a second. Maybe I am. Salt, can you do a poll? Am I that big of an asshole? Let's do a poll on this. No, you could. It answers anonymously. That's fine. Yeah, I already know the answer. All right, all right. Let's all vote. Everybody vote on the poll. Extra votes enabled. Menace. Okay, wait. All right. Super yes takes the lead. Oh my God. Super yes is running away with it. Oh my God. Oh my God. Jesus. You all are terrible. Not one no vote. Yeah. Is that so, Amy? And then I don't feel. Thank you, Pickles. Geez, super yes. Oh, should I learn something from this? Should I? Is this a learning moment for me? Everybody. Never change. Super yes. Oh my God. Thank you, Pickles. Learning things is dumb. God, super yes running away with it. Jesus. Jesus. Everybody vote. Jesus. 62% on super yes? But 20% on obviously? Jesus. And one on yes. My God. $65%? What the hell? And the menace button is not even a yes or a no. How long is this pole? Thank you, Schmuckle. How you doing, bud? Who got it to 69%? Nice. This isn't Basic Instinct. Okay. Maddie! What the hell? Maddie! Oh, God. All right. What was the next question, Amy? What was the next poll, the follow-up poll that we needed to do? Okay, yeah, the next poll is how big is my asshole? Right? Metric. Measure it in squirrel hands. In squirrel hands, Dia. How many squirrel hands can fit? No! Oh yeah, that's a good idea. I like Amy's idea. That's a good idea. Amy knows the way. You know, assholes. Snicker balls are a little bit smaller, I believe. I believe their Snicker balls are a little smaller. But I think for all intents and purposes for this poll, I think we'd consider them the same. A football. Let's see what people think of the size of my asshole. Hi, Mom. Look, Mom, no hands. Is anybody doing the poll? I mean, that is practically a magic trick, right? Salt, can you do the poll, or do you know how to do the poll, Costa? I'm sorry, Mud, but the chat's demanding it. No clue, Shasta. No. Okay, all right. Everybody vote. Magic 8, bowling. Come on! How is it only bowling? Come on! Oh, there's a magic 8. Science point to bowling. Oh, this is overwhelming. Bowling. Oh my god, the votes keep rolling in. Oh god. It has to be more accurate, bud. Hi TDS, how you doing, bud? Someone read. Well, Mud, did I tell you that I hold on. Hold on. I gotta. Guess who found one at a thrift store last week for $1? I literally bought this last week. Let's see. Can my butthole fit a bowling ball in it? Can I even read it? Okay, wait. It's not really readable, everybody. Try again later, everybody. Try again later was the answer. I don't have an OnlyFans. I have an Oily Fans, McMarty. Looks like it needs more juice. All right, the second time it said yes, everybody. Okay. So apparently the Magic 8 Ball tells me that I can fit a bowling ball up my ass. Now the juice in here, see that? It's hard to see. But it did just say yes. The Magic 8 Ball doesn't lie. Well, the juice, like, so it doesn't go up to the top. So like the thing doesn't make good contact with it. Is Rudy a fucker? Okay, let's see. See, what does that say? Inconclusive. It is frothy. What does that say? Can't read it. Okay. We're never going to know. We're not going to know if Rudy's an asshole yet. Well, I do know, but, you know, spiritually. Raindrops on roses and warm woolen. Wait, no. Whiskers on kittens. True. Yep. I did not drink the 8-ball liquid. Brown. Okay, Manny. Brown paper packages tied up with string. These are a few of my favorite things. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, it doesn't get easier. Oh, my God. Why do you do this to me? These are a few of my favorite things. When the dog bites. Ouch. When the bee stings. I'm allergic. When I'm feeling sick. Yeah. I don't know if that works. I don't think that works. Quintetta? Well, you're talking about the singing mud? What are we referencing here? I think it needs to be warm. Oh yeah, I've done that in front of my friends. And it's a serious medical condition. For my time working in the mines. Called fucker. Okay. How was the football party? It was good. I had a lot of people flake on me, unfortunately. That's okay. It happens. I mean, you know, a couple of my friends I wasn't like counting on, but they said they were at one point. But one has a new baby that I was hoping to meet on that day, but then they decided against it, which I couldn't be mad at them for. So it's fine. I still had a good time. It's annoying. It really is, but, you know, it is what it is. I need to dial back that one down a little. Son of a bitch! Oh, Lizzie. Oh, it's really fucker. I'm doing alright, Lizzie. How are you doing? Oh, I'm sorry it's been an evening, but I hope you're doing alright. We're doing. You missed a lot of things, Lizzie. You missed the polls. Specifically, how big is my butthole? And am I actually that much of an asshole? Both surprising results, I have to say. Both surprising results. They were extremely important polls. They were very important polls and surprising results. I mean, frankly, they were shocking results. I didn't know this is how people viewed me in the community. Yep. Well, after the 8-ball was in the asshole. Okay, Lizzie. Okay, fine. You really did. Tied up with string. These are a few of my... I will say, Marble did get a vote. Marble did get a vote. Well, it is well established I have the Guinness World Record for smallest butthole. I call Guinness for anything, all right? They actually agreed to that one. You know, the very prestigious publication Guinness. Guinness World Records. Dropout TV. Line up a street. Well, I think you got a great idea there. Fair enough. Oh, okay, Pinion. I'll see you in hell. Oh, is Pinion like a chinchilla? You can't leave, unfortunately, Pinion. There are rules. This isn't numb. There are rules. What is this, Hotel California? It might be. Fair enough, Lizzie. Okay, Fox Girl. The hell? You're not allowed to check out. You're not allowed to check out. Oh my god! Have a good one. Have a good one, Pinion. Who the hell did that? Thanks, bud. Have a good one. Set up with string. Have a good one, Salt. Thank you so much. Thank you. Set up with string. By the way, everybody, next stream is going to be on Monday. So, you sound like Beetle when you say that. Which Beetle? Who's Beetle? Oh. What? Oh, gotcha. I haven't played Wind Waker in a long time. To the point where I don't remember. Played it in high school. Have a good one. Nini. Bye. You hate Beetle? So Salt was insulting me. Possibly. It is my lot in life to be insulted by people who I consider to be friends. It's just kind of a sad existence. Nobody likes me. It's terrible. I'm all alone. There's no one here beside me. Ride me. Does anyone want to see a run through? I want to make a YouTube video, and I was gonna do it before stream today, but I didn't have the time. But does anybody have interest in like me recording the video with the paints that I have here? I can explain what I want to show. It's nothing important. It's just showing. It's more of like an ad for the paints. For the badly made oil paints. Oh, everybody just leaving, huh? No. I wanted to give an idea of what this palette can do. Just as a practical demonstration, video-wise. Basically, mixing the colors that, like, why I call it a mixing palette. Oh, shut up, Amy. They are not more important. However, they take certain things more seriously in matters of opinion than a lot of you sons of bitches. Not saying everybody. Kayate! Kayate soufflan hole! Kayate! I value all of your opinions. But they also provide, I'd say, a more unique, grounded opinion. That is, I think, valuable in the context of what I was asking. Because what I was asking was a pretty serious thing, though, right? All right, good. I shall do that. We're almost done, but like I said, it's a good time since I don't have to waste paint to do this, so. You better not. Question is, should I bust out some Pyrrole Orange for this? This might need some Pyrrole Orange. Always bussin'? I think I have Pyrrole Orange over here. Is this it? Yeah. Or no, is this Pyrrole Red? I think this is orange. Bussin'. What the fuck's in here? Okay, that's lead white. There's a pretty saturated spot right there. Hi, Pierogi. Pierogi. There's a sweet tea. There's sweet tea in that. Yeah, so sweet tea is just plain tea, black tea, I believe. That just has an ungodly amount of sugar, and it's very popular in the South. I believe specifically Georgia. Could be wrong. Yeah, it's a lot. Now, a lot of people like it. It's a very popular drink. Oh, did you actually get to try biscuits and gravy, Amy? You did not. If you ever come back, and I hope you do, make it a point. I'll cook it for you. Well, who gives a shit, Amy? You're just gonna have to come. You don't. You know, at this point, you just don't have a choice. You have to come back here. You don't have a choice, Amy. It's Illinois forever. Ever, ever, ever. That sounds really good, Shasta. Shalom. Okay. No, it's only going to be glass tables from here on out. Hi, Art by says. How are you? I'm doing all right. I'm doing all right. Don't crickets me, big weird asshole. Amy, I'm in the zone. I'm finishing up. Finishing things up. And then we gotta do the YouTube video. God damn it. God damn it. I'm deciding if I like this painting or not. Thanks, Ron Johnson.
Quit playing with your dinghy.
Absolutely not. Thanks, Jan. You go to hell. I don't know if I like this one. Don't really like the flowers. Maybe there's something I could do to help with a couple of those. You missed everything, Stoic Booty. This was a very controversial stream. A lot of controversy. A lot of controversy. Son of a bitch! Big weird asshole. Thank you, TDS. Appreciate that, bud. I can better hell be gone when the morning comes. A lot of assholes. I think that's my first follow today. Wait, I lost 4 followers today? What the hell? Emmy, hey, thank you for the follow. One of us. One of us. Yeah, I lost a bunch of followers today. What did I do? Follow this. Thank you, Emmy. Too much belonging? Maybe. Oh, I don't. Maybe it was. Well, were you here when I was discussing what I was thinking about painting, Amy? I wonder if it had something to do with that. Didn't have the flared base, maybe. Oh yeah, I gotta do those reflections. Like a sinner.
Brother, this guy stinks!
I don't stink, you stink! Jesus Christ, Jan, settle down. But I do agree. Yeah, see, that's just I couldn't do a lot of those, Amy. Mix outside art, yeah. That's personal time stuff. Did I? Okay. I think we're basically done here. Thanks, Doug. I will not lick it. All right. We're done with that. We're going to reset up. I wonder if I can. So we're going to do a little bit of a cleanup, but I'm going to re-get the paint, like make sure my paints are clean. I will not with it. I will not, Amy. Yes and no. I think the composition's a little weak. I think my teapot's a little off. Not really happy with the flowers. Well, thank you, Jan. Do I have those other ones here? This might work. Twat doesn't work very well. It's tremendously nice. All right, everybody, we're gonna record a video. I need a better palette knife to, you know, let's shit up. It's not working for me. Twat. That's how we pronounce it, right? Twat. Chair reset up. Okay. Yeah, very possibly. Very possibly, Marty. I'm not going to use that shitty palette knife. All right, so we need to clean up. We need to get rid of this paint. Where would you get one of those? Jesus. I might have to record over this, but I am going to narrate what I'm doing. So let's do this. It's not working. There we go.
Quit playing with your dinghy.
Yeah, I should get rid of. Probably don't need to get rid of, but we'll get rid of that. Okay. So now we got to clean up the paints a little bit. That one's a little bit too messy as it is. Here. We'll put out some more lead white. Need to put out more of this because that's dirty. I think this was lead white? Nope, that's not lead white. Palette surgery? Exactly. Need some more yellow. Don't have solvent. Yep. Why are you not coming up?
My glob.
Oh my glob, indeed. Oh, there we go. Okay. Do. Also need to do okay, then I wanted this. A little juice in that. Okay. Fortunately, it's a little tilted, but I'm not going to redo it. All right. Okay. Let's get rid of this. Shut up, Maddie. Shut up. Kayate. All right, we're ready. Okay. I wish my palette was cleaner, but what is it? Oh, yeah. Well, I was probably going to narrate over this, but that's probably a good idea. Here. Okay. Do I want to do that? I could. All right, yeah. You're not going to hear sounds from alerts and raid stuff. If I could use this audio, I'd prefer it. So... All right, so these are the paints from the badly made oil set, the larger mixing palette. So the set of 8 paints. All right. Titanium white, lead white, bismuth vanadate yellow lemon, pyrrole scarlet, quinacridone magenta, ultramarine blue, phthalo blue, and burnt umber. Okay. So I call it a mixing palette because all the choices here are based on being able to mix a wide array of colors and the widest range of the colors that you can do, right? So the simple ones, right, are the secondary colors like orange, green, and purple. So obviously for orange, we have pyrrole scarlet and lemon yellow. We choose lemon yellow because it's neutral and mixes very well with all colors. Since there's no red in there, it doesn't like doesn't negatively affect like cold mixes, right? But makes a very good orange, a very saturated orange. This is more like a red light color wise, so it has some yellow in there, so it does mix a very solid orange. Then for purples, we use quinacridone magenta and ultramarine blue. Okay, so the quinacridone magenta is the cold red, right? And ultramarine blue. And it makes a very... So this is transparent, so it's going to appear very dark right here. Right? But what we can do to show the purple that it is specifically add titanium white to show the really nice purples we can make. With the quinacridone magenta and ultramarine blue. If you want it to lean more blue, obviously add more ultramarine blue. If you want it to lean more red, you add more quinacridone. So if we wanted it more reddish purple, but this is a pretty red purple, you know, we could bring it there. We wanted it more blue. We take it towards this route. Right? So warm blue, cold red, titanium white to get the brighter versions. But it's the best mix for purples. This can make purples like cobalt violet, or manganese violet. Very comparable to the single pigment purples. I do not recommend ever getting dioxazine purple because it's not light fast, but those two colors make a spectacular purple. Then we have greens. We use our cold blue, which is phthalo blue, and our neutral yellow. And we can make a crazy saturated green from this. Very saturated green. Just do this too. And we could also mix a Viridian. If you like Viridian, could also go into the dark blue greens like Viridian, which is very similar to this. Okay. In the comparison, why I included phthalo blue. Oh, yeah, that is a cock and balls. I'm leaving it. Okay, I'm leaving it, Amy. All right, and then so to give you comparison on the greens, why I put phthalo blue is because ultramarine blue and this lemon yellow, since ultramarine blue is warm, makes a dirtier a dirtier green. As you can see, less saturated. Aguilera green. True, Maddie. All right, and then the last major mixing note for colors is making black. Why I don't have a black is because we have burnt umber and ultramarine blue. Probably too much burnt umber. And this mixes into a very good black that you can control the color quite well. Okay. And then one of the last major differences, why do I have lead white and titanium white? Well, a good way to show this is we'll take some of the black. For mixing reasons, first and foremost, I have the two whites because they are different colors. So we're going to use the black that we mix, and we're going to mix one with titanium white. This. Okay. And then the warmer white, which is lead white, which mixes like a orange. When we mix this here, try and match the values here. You can see one, I'm probably going to narrate over this, but you can see the differences in the colors between the two whites. Lead white also has archival benefits, obviously. Titanium white is a necessary. It's much warmer, right? This, looks blue. This looks brown, right? This black probably leans slightly brown. Regardless, though, the titanium white overpowers it, and you can see the direct difference between the two. Now, this comes into play when you're if I wanted to make a lighter orange, for example. If I wanted to do a lighter orange, lead white is a great option for it. And it will retain more saturation, right? Where it stays orange, right? It distinctly stays orange. Where if we mix titanium white with it, right? It kills the color a lot more. Turns it into a more pinkish. Where this retains more of the, warmness. Especially with oranges. So yeah. Well, good, Stoic. Yeah, so this palette, is it really silver? Okay. But so this is your watercolors too, Silver, okay? Silver, you have these two blues. You have this yellow. You have quinacridone magenta. You basically have an equivalent red, right? You don't have the white, but you have the paper white, right? But you have burnt umber and ultramarine blue. So you could do all this in the watercolors. You know what I'm saying? So This is why I pick the palette that I do, everybody. Look at this range of colors that I can make here, right? Not to mention like just the strength of these colors on its own. Cause like, so here, like let's do a quick, like quinacridone magenta. Now alizarin crimson can do this as well, but we don't want to use alizarin crimson. But you want a good pink. You got a great saturated pink, right? You can make a teal. We can make a teal very easily. So some people say cobalt teal is like unmixable. And honestly, you can make something really close with just phthalo blue. With just phthalo blue, a little bit of the yellow. Just this, a pube's worth of the yellow. Okay. And titanium white. And you can make a very close to cobalt teal color. You're never going to get it exactly, and that probably needs, well, by your view, needs a little bit more yellow. Now you have cobalt turquoise in the watercolors, but in this palette, right? You can make a damn close color to cobalt teal. So I'll tell you the gap. I have there's one distinct gap in this palette. Does anybody know what that could be? Warm yellow? No, warm yellow we have. We can get damn close to the cadmium yellow with just this and a touch of this. It's not exactly the same, but it's damn close. It's damn close to that warm yellow. Jewel tone, thigh gap, nope. The gap in this palette is specifically, and it comes up sometimes. It came up a little bit today while I was painting, but is that alizarin strongly tinting red. No, not oranges. I make fine oranges here. Now in the high-end oranges with saturation wise, Pyrrole orange is available. That's why I have it. That's like the one extra color. But it's really that the alizarin crimson. So magenta has less red than alizarin does. So to get closer, you would have to mix these two reds, and it's a little less saturated. Now it's not far off, but it can be a weird area for this palette. Okay? Where you mix both the reds together because it's not as saturated. Right? But it's like it doesn't come up a lot. But this is what I consider to be a little bit of a weakness of this palette. Okay? But you can see with just 8 colors. No, because alizarin crimson does not have yellow in it, Shasta. Alizarin crimson has no yellow. This is way too much yellow. Way too much yellow. Not to mention you lose the transparency, right? Because this is not a transparent color. Yeah, you should. I mean, it's like this VOD will be up, Silver, on like YouTube. So you could rewatch this specific thing with your, like I said, this works for your watercolor palette, right? I included some natural earth colors because of like yellow ochre, but like this could mix yellow ochre. This could mix like Venetian red. This could mix burnt sienna. Why don't I use burnt sienna, yellow ochre? Why don't you ever see me using those? Because these can mix them. These can mix them. Straight up. Right? I showed you how to match colors, right? So you could use, remember the mixing tutorial, right? We have the yellow, the red, the white, the blue, and the brown, right? From the basic mixing palette. Because Pyrrole Scarlet works almost just as good as Pyrrole Red. Pyrrole Red's a little bit more optimal for that color mixing. But yeah, it's you have all the tools here. Yeah, like I said, I'm thinking about creating one. I might post it on the site when you buy them, or make it like a free downloadable thing that you could print off even. That'll just outline this. I just have other priorities at the moment to do. So yeah. So basically the basic mix. So now here's the thing, right? You take away phthalo blue, you take away quinacridone magenta, and you take away lead white. What do you lose? Okay. Unfortunately, with the five color palette, you lose the purples, you lose the greens, you lose the pinks, you lose the crimson, right? And it hurts some of your brighter whites. But these are extreme colors, right? So point being is, if you're going with realism, if you're just painting straight realism, the 3 additional colors in the higher end, now that, because frankly they're the most expensive colors, right? Lead white is the most expensive color. Quinacridone magenta is second or third most expensive color, and this is in the middle of the pack with like the pyrrole. But you know, I'm not gonna, you know, it's expensive. They're professional grade paints, but I value having this range of colors. So if we go back to here, I'm going to go back to the painting really quickly. So on the painting, right, I used a lot of quinacridone magenta. I use phthalo blue for some of these little highlights, right? For the greens, I use phthalo blue. Quinacridone magenta, like I said, makes a very dark purple. That reflection. Oh, I know what that reflection is coming from. And it like I have learned to use these things. Todd, you want a pro tip? Todd, do you want another pro tip? Phthalo blue is used for like 40 common mixtures. This phthalo blue, unclaimed song, thank you for the follow. Here, I'll go back to the palette. This phthalo blue is used for tons of hues. Viridian hue is phthalo blue. Severus blue from Williamsburg, phthalo blue. Anything that's blue or green, and it's a hue color or a mixture, will pretty much have phthalo blue. Why? Because it's an extremely strong tinting pigment, okay? So they don't have to add a lot of it to make these colors, right? And they can throw in a ton of filler. So it's a really cost-effective paint for mixing and stuff like that. And it's a beautiful color, so it works well. It's super saturated, right? But it's so much more valuable. I cannot express how valuable it is to understand these mixtures and what your colors are capable of doing, because it basically means that you don't need to rely on the bullshit marketing and colors that the companies offer you. Right? You know, like, has anyone ever heard of the Radiant line from Gamblin'? They have Radiant Magenta. Is anybody familiar with the Gamblin' Radiant colors? Well, if you look at the pigments for Radiant Magenta, right here, it's literally just titanium white and quinacridone magenta. And they sell it to you for way more. Because both those pigments are, because it looks more like, because I've bought Radiant Magenta before. Radiant Magenta is like this color right here. It's like a pastel color. And think about how useless that is in general for mixing. right? When you could just have titanium white and quinacridone magenta, and then with a simple addition of ultramarine blue, you can gain purples. All those, Todd, all those like luminous lines horseshit is literally them just doing this, packaging it, and selling it to you for a way higher price than it should. That's it. It's all horse. The industry is all horseshit. Right? Right, Drez? This is just 2 colors. Look at all these chickens. The industry is horseshit, everybody. This is partly why I wanted to sell my colors. There's really, like, frankly, there's not really a larger group than about 14 or 15 pigments that you could ever possibly need. If you understand how to mix, you teach yourself how to mix, or understand how these mix. So understanding that ultramarine blue has red in it is really great when you understand what how it affects with greens, right? Understanding that this yellow has no red or blue in it is super valuable when you're making oranges and greens, right? Knowing that this red has a little bit of yellow in it is great for understanding your oranges and how you now know you wouldn't use it for purples, right? Understanding that burnt umber is orange and ultramarine blue, is like a bluish purple, makes a very great black. All these things are super valuable that will save you money. Will save you tons of money. Why I originally started making my colors in the first place. So yeah. Does anybody want to see anything else or have any other questions? Questions now. I only added some yellow and lead white, so from what I was painting. All right, Silver Grains, do you have any more questions about the mixes? You all have access to this. All right, Stoic, no questions? It's not a question. That's a statement, Amy Jo. Damn it, Amy. All right, I'm going to give it 20 more seconds before I clean this up. Let me find somebody to raid. Regarding the paint, Amy. God damn it. God damn it. God damn it. What's the hardest? What's the hardest color to mix? There isn't really any. The hardest thing to mix in general are just neutral colors, Pickles. So if you had a really neutral, like orange or blue or green, those can be difficult because you have to go back and forth, like the color mixing. But, like in the color mixing demonstrations, you see that if you just follow a simple process, you can mix any color super easily. Well, this will all be on my YouTube. If you're not subscribed to my YouTube, do it now or else. Or else. Well, you don't mix white. And we have 2 whites. There it is, Stoic Booty. Thank you, Maddie. And Stoic, so if you want to see the color mixing streams, I'm going to add this to the... I'll probably edit this part out and add it as its own video, right? So you could see this demonstration. So, but I have the color mixing streams I've done before. So yeah, you'll be able to see it. And so if you really have any questions, like, I'm happy to, if you say, like, I really like this color, you send me a picture of the color, I could tell you how I would go about mixing it with all this, right? So Um, exactly, McMarty. So yeah, you know, I literally saw an ad for a guy, trying to sell a class on color mixing. It should not be paywalled. It's simple. You just get accustomed to it. I got better at this because when I first started, of course, I was timid about mixing color. Yeah. So Todd, I'm currently okay. So colors that are not available right now that will be are ivory black and a yellow ochre permanently. Okay. However, I'm currently deciding between one of 3 yellow ochres to add permanently. So there's going to be special runs. Honestly, Stoic, that depends if you can learn through books or not. So Stoic, if you can learn through books, I'm good. I'm a visual learner, so books don't help me very much in this department. Sorry, but Todd, getting back to you. So Todd, there's going to be a permanent yellow ochre and ivory black will be added. I'm doing a special run of lamp black to see if I want to use that for the Zorn palette instead of ivory black because lamp black leans blue. I'm also testing two additional yellow ochres that have less red in it than the one I currently use, which is Blue Ridge yellow ochre. Okay, so those are on the way. But so there's going to be a yellow ochre and a black ivory black that are going to be added permanently, and I'm going to have some. If there are colors I want to test, there will be special limited supply runs of individual colors. I have them every day, Amy. Oh, gotcha. Not any times. I don't have immediate plans for that, Todd, until I could get better sourcing on tubes. Because the fact of the matter is, like, to fill this tube with bismuth yellow, Todd, for the quality of my paint, I would have to use roughly $50 of pigment to fill this up. More like 40 to 45. More like $40 to $45 of pigment. And I don't have a good supply of this pigment yet. And maybe if I had such a demand for titanium white, I might do that for specific colors, Todd, because sourcing titanium white is very easy. Sourcing bismuth is not. So if I have price consistency, like I do with this and burnt umber and probably ultramarine blue, this option might be good for that. But for the other colors, probably never. I think the price would be I would have to have such demand where I could make it in those amounts, but I would also need a bigger machine. So if I were to make 3 tubes of 3 big tubes, that's like basically 10 tubes of my regular stuff. And like I could probably do 15 tubes at a time, so I could maybe do 4 of these in one go. I don't know. Point being is I wouldn't count. If I actually had constant demand for titanium white, or people said that they want it, and burnt umber and like ultramarine blue, probably my most consistent sourcing of pigments, then I would probably agree to do that. And then if there was specific colors that you all were interested in, now I don't know what that might be, but for example, if you guys wanted phthalo green, I could be open to adding a green as a permanent color, even though I don't use it on my palette. There's no purple pigment that's worth, in my opinion, currently in its state to make as a regular pigment to offer. Green, it's really only phthalo green. I don't really want to add cobalt pigments to my palette. Like some people like cobalt blue or cobalt teal. I already showed you can make a damn good teal with phthalo blue, so I just tell them use phthalo blue, right? So yeah, anyways, point being is I'm open to doing limited runs of colors. But it would also need to make sense as far as the quality of the pigment. Because I'm not going to do like a limited run of like alizarin crimson or like, you know, low quality pigments. I'm not going to do that. So. Any other questions? Questions now! Nope. Easy. Prussian blue. Next question. Penises and vaginas. Next question. No, nothing. These are easy questions. It was from the Taco Bell you had for lunch. Too much nacho cheese. Done. Next question. My dad is named Mitchell, and he's an accountant. Which white would you use to paint eyes? Todd, it's doesn't matter. Because see, look at what the color of the eyes are. They're not just pure white. Whites of the eyes are never. Sometimes they're like reddish. Sometimes they're bluish. Sometimes they're greenish. All right. Well, I think that's it. Let's clean up and rate up. Anyone who wants to take a picture of this, do it now. I'll give you 30 seconds. Or if you want to take a screenshot of this or do a snippet, do it now. Do it now! Like I said, the VOD will be up anyways, though. And the paints are available on my Fourth Wall shop. I heard penis silver grains. You can get your badly made paints. This is quinacridone magenta. Look at that, everybody. See that? Quinacridone magenta. Hyrule scarlet. Yeah, that's a great. Tough to keep the tubes clean when you do these by hand. Thank you, Stoic. Phthalo blue. And note, these tubes are also 41 milliliters. They're at least 41 milliliters. So, and to give you an idea, most companies give you 37 milliliters. Just look up a tube crimper. A tube crimper on Amazon. People use them for like toothpaste and shit like that too. You know, I use them for my paint and I use them for sealing it because I don't have like an automated way to do it. So I closed all these fucking tubes by hand. All these tubes were done by hand. All right, we're cleaning up. How long would a tube last for if you worked on a medium? I mean, okay. So, Stoic, some of these, it depends on the pigment. You'll find that Pyro Red, so the really strong, it depends on the frequency you use. So, for example, Stoic Booty, you'll probably go, if you learn what lead white is used for, you'll probably go through lead white the fastest, possibly. But the titanium, they're all really strong pigments, right? Outside of lead white. All these pigments are incredibly strong. But with your medium, and if you start using fillers, because I might offer impasto medium, so you guys don't have to instead of offering student grade paints, what I might do is just start selling impasto medium, so you guys could add filler as needed to save you paint. That's what I do a lot. To save paint. But honestly, Stoic Booty, I would be surprised if you went. How often do you paint, Stoic Booty? How often do you paint? Because I'm confident in saying, Stoic Booty, that you could easily any of these paint tubes, you'd be able to do at least 25 paintings. Like, and there'll be pigments that, will last you longer. The quinacridone magenta will probably last you the longest, or the pyrrole scarlet will probably last you the longest. You'll probably go through titanium white, ultramarine blue, and burnt umber the fastest. Thankfully, those are the 3 of the cheapest paints. So yeah. The titanium white, you're going to be, if you're used to student grade paints, you are going to be shocked. I'm not like, this is not embellishing. You'll be shocked by how strong these paints are relative to what you've used in the past. It will blow your dick off. Phthalo blue doesn't come up a lot in landscapes or portraits. It really doesn't. Use ultramarine blue a lot more in those. Hold on. Dicks will be blown off. It's the balance, Amy Joe. It's the balance. It's the circle of life, Amy. So what I'm saying is, if you get these oil paints, you're gonna have to buy the watercolors too. It's a circle. No, it's not an OSHA violation. It's a war crime, Stoic Booty. The circle of life. You better not, Stoic. About $6, Todd. Around $6. Now those prices might change. Like if you so that's for the set, Todd. If you order more than the set, I have to use a larger box. But your shipping costs might not change that much, frankly. Because of how how they have a really shitty shipping calculation on FOURTHWALL. I gotta do that. I keep on forgetting, Amy Jo. Where they don't calculate it well. So if you ordered the set and additional paints, I might lose a couple dollars on shipping. It's not a huge deal. Worldwide, so I was able to ship paints to the UK for $24. But that price seemed consistent almost worldwide. Now that's for the basic set. It goes up with weight essentially, so but the shipping costs aren't that bad. Yeah, so order yours today, McMarty. Order yours today. Yeah, that's what I've been using USPS for anything in the United States, Stoic. For outside the United States, I'm using pirate shipping. Oh, really? Shit. I said mine was a gifted. What is the allowance on that for the UK, Amy? I shipped that one as a gift for $50. All right. Yeah, but you're also in the Europe. You know, the UK is no longer, in the European Union, so I don't know what difference is for them. All right, everybody, time to wipe the D and raid out. It's the circle of life. All right. Just in time, Dia. Oh, you disgusting perverts. Why do you like watching this? Oh, damn it. Okay. I marked it as 50. Oh, man. Absolutely not. You sick fucks. I'm ashamed of myself. I'm ashamed of all of you for watching this. How could you? How could you all? Oh my god. You're watching it right now, Fox Girl. Oh man. My parents would hate seeing me do this for money. Oh. That's true. I forgot about that, Amy. Oh, Lord. Okay. All right, I gotta save this wipe for the Japanese businessmen. That's true, Stoic. I'm selling the used D wipes, everybody. If you want to buy the used D wipes, they are for sale in auction, but those Japanese businessmen always get to them first. They love the used D wipes. I don't know. I don't know why. Well, I did that. What do you think I have been doing, Amy? That's why they sell. All right, let's. Well, thank you, Fox Girl. I don't know if I like it, but There's some realism. There's some areas that don't have it for me, but good enough. Yeah, Amy, that's what I do. And I make sure I haven't showered before I do it. All right, let's find somebody to raid. Well, good. All right, we have Poison Jackal. It's kind of a moody ref in the first place. I agree with that, Fox Girl. We have Never Again Land, Poison Jackal. What about my mom? We have Fool's Fox. We could rate a Phasmophobia streamer I like, who's doing a charity thing for St. Jude. We could do that. Anyone want to go to a Phasmophobia streamer? Any thoughts? Name's Flash Force. Pickles, you'll probably like the stream a lot. And he's doing a charity. He's a good dude. Alright, cool. We're rating there. Alright, we're rating Flash Force as a Phasmophobia streamer. Fun stream. I actually watch the stream quite a bit. If anybody needs anything, please don't hesitate to message me on Discord. Yeah, check out the paints. Blah, 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 blah. I definitely had fun. I won't, Amy. Now I'm gonna message you. Amy. But yeah. I hope you guys had a good time. Next painting stream is Monday. I still haven't figured out an effective way to stream my paint making. But I'm gonna be making paint this tomorrow and Sunday. And I'm trying to get the ivory black, and I need to make more phthalo blue and a yellow ochre out. So if y'all wanted to do the Zorn palettes, you can. But yeah, if you're interested in those colors, keep an eye out. I'm also, like I said, I'm also making lamp black and 2 other yellow ochres as special editions. The yellow ochres in general are going to be special editions until I find the one I like the best for Zorn. So, anywho, 7 seconds if anybody. But yeah, have a great one, Greenbag. I'll see you in hell, and have fun, everybody. Thanks.